Hello friends, welcome to the second part of our Fullstack Blog app. And today we are going to design the admin dashboard where we can add our post from. Okay, so this is what we are going to design. Okay, so let me log in. So if I click on login or get started, yes, you can create an account if you don't have an account or login. So I will log in. Okay, so let me okay, so I'll just log in with this my mail. Okay, so we have a beautiful toast notification here that we are logging successfully. Okay, so we come here. Okay, so this is still running on localhost 3000. It's not hosted yet or deployed. Okay, so you come here, we have the admin dashboard here. So if I go to analytics, okay, so you can see this, I can change to whatever year. Okay, I took inspiration from something like YouTube analytics, right? Okay, so yeah, it's not that much complicated, but you can add more features. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We have a dark theme also here. Yeah, so this is what we are going to do. Okay, you can create post from here. You have your followers and your content, the analytics of the various posts, as well as a simple dashboard here. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Okay, so don't forget to like and subscribe, also share, and turn on the notification so that when I post a new video, you get notified. Also, you can support CodeWave. The links are in the description. If you find this video helpful, you can buy me a coffee. The link is in the description. Okay, so let's get started. We'll start from this part. Okay, so this is where we left the other time. Okay, so if you haven't watched the first part, you can watch. The link is in the description. Okay, so here we're going to move to the admin. And in the admin, from our previous tutorial, we have a startup file on our GitHub repo, so you can clone it, and it contains all these files. Okay, we have a CSS style here, pretty simple. Okay, and we also have the index file here. Now the packages we are going to use, we will use this tank stack, tank stack query. I mean React query, React query for our data fetching. Okay, so we'll use this React query, and we'll also use I saw this UI component, and I said I want to try it, so we'll be using this. You just have to go to mytime.dev, right? Yeah, this .dev. I'll put the link in the description, and just click on get started. Okay, so you just get started. They have the various things here, how you can install it. Okay, so there are various ways you can install it. Okay, and there, click on the UI. When you click on UI, it will take you to the various UIs that they have here. Yeah, you see, sample of it, the way it has been designed. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, so here, when you click on I'm coming now. This is for hooks. Okay, so when you click on the core, right, let me try to make it a little bit big. Oh, very big. Okay, so when you click on the here, you see that there are various things you can use from here, right? Okay, there are inputs. It's very big. Let me zoom it out. Okay, so inputs, if you want the input, how do you go about it? You just need to import it like this, right? And this is how you will use it. Okay, and this is kind of the input, so we'll be using this, right? Okay, and this documentation you can check. Check the various props here, and okay, you can check the various props as well as the API styling. Okay, it's also here. Okay, So this is what we are going to use. There are various things like navlink, and others. I can mention all. Okay. Okay, so there are these things here, so whichever one you like, you can just install it and use it, right? Okay, so the basic thing is that we will have to install this at mantime/core. Inside that's where we get all these packages, and if there be any other thing we'll have to install that we don't have in this, we will install it. So if you look to the package.json inside the admin, you can see that I have installed a lot of them. So first I have the mantime.core. We'll be using the form, we'll be using hooks, modals, two tip or tip tab, and icon React. Yes, they are all from there. And this is for React query. And okay, so these are all from that package. We have to install all of this, right? So I think if you go to here, great, getting started. Okay, so it talks about the installation. So if you want to create from scratch, where you want to use templates, you can use some of these things, right? If you want to create your own too, you can do this. There are other customization you can do from here. Okay, so if you want to go with Vite, right? If you want to go with Vite, you can select this, or NodeJs, Remix, and others. Okay, so these are the various packages, right? So those you want to install, you just have to take them like this, right? Okay, and just copy the command. That's the yarn and that's that of npm. So I have prepared all those things for you, so no need to worry about it. Okay, so let's just go. So in here, so the package here, okay, so just get it. So now all that I'll have to do is just to let me create another terminal. Okay, so all I'll have to do is to cd into the admin folder, right, and run npm install, and to install all the packages, right? Okay, so let me install the packages, and whilst it is installing, right, we need to configure our React router DOM, right, so for navigation. So I will import browser router, right? Okay, so let me go here. I'll say import browser yes. Okay, so so import browser router whilst it is installing. Okay, from React router DOM. Okay, we have it. React router DOM. Oh, not this. React router DOM. Okay, and we will also need the React query. So that one too, we will have to import. We will need to import a few things, two things from React query. So it's coming from at stack React query. Okay, yes, this. So all of them, they are in a package.json. So when we just run the npm install, it will install all of these. Okay, so we'll need the query client, and we also need the query client provider. Okay. Oh, okay, there should be comma here. Okay, so we have the query client and the query client provider. Okay, so we have to wrap our app in the browser router, right? Yes. Okay, then inside it we'll also wrap it with the query client provider. You understand? Great. Okay, then we'll put in the, and you see that we are also wrapping it with the runtime provider. That one is also here. Okay, we need to wrap it. So we have also that one too. In order to use this UI, you can use anything you want. If you don't want to use this, you can use different than you want, right? Or you can also make it without any, thing. But I just wanted to try this. That's why I used it. Okay, and just wrap your app. And for the query client to, provider to work, React query, we just need to provide client. So we just say client should be equal to, right, and the query client. Now let us define the query client up here. Let's come down here. So we'll just say cons query client should be equal to, then we'll use the React query client that we just imported. Okay, query client, yes, we call it new, yes, like this, and that's all. Okay, our package is still installing. I think the lot is taking a little bit of time. Okay, so basically that's it. So apart from this, all the other folders, I have just a dummy data here, but I think we're going to do it straight up. This is empty. The pages, so in the pages we have the analytics page. It only has analytics in. All the other pages are the same. There's nothing special in there. Okay, right, so we're just going to start, just that the folders has been created, the hooks are empty, the components are also empty, and I think assets, yeah, there are these things in. Okay, so whilst it is still installing, now let us go into our app and begin to do the various pages for our React router DOM. Okay, okay, so it's not opening. Let me click on it here. Great. Okay, so we have this. So inside here, let's turn this to a main div. Okay, and I have this extension, inline fold. I think my computer is a little bit slow. Inline fold, that folds the kind of Tailwind CSS, right? So maybe I should disable it so that you can see inline fold. I can't even find it. Oh, okay, is this one? Maybe I should disable it so that you can see all the CSS. I need to reload. Okay, so I need to reload it. Okay, great. Then I think, yeah, it'll work now. Okay. Just reloading is taking a little bit time. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so you can use that to actually hide your Tailwind CSS, and when you double click on it, then it will show it. Okay, so we'll need it like this first. Let us create a layout because we'll have protected route. You cannot access the various pages if you are not logged in, right? So we'll need a user state first. So we'll say user should be equal to, let's say, nothing, right? Okay, we'll also need a location, use location, location from use location, which is coming from React router DOM. No suggestion, I think, because it's still installing, so let me import it manually. Use location, yeah, which is coming from React router DOM. Okay, yes, great. So here we'll first have check. We'll return that if user, right, exists and the user has a token, right, means that the person is logged in. Therefore we'll return we'll return a div here. Yes, and if the user is not logged in, yes, then we also have to redirect the user to a different page. and that we're going to use the navigate um, navigate, yes, from React router. So we're going to use the navigate like this, right? And where are we navigating the user to? We'll have to bring the to property and say we navigate to auth. You understand? We navigate to auth. Okay. I think something has happened. Something went wrong, right? Okay. Two, we navigate to the auth page, and we want to put a stage. We want to know where the user is coming from. So we'll say from should be equal to, right? From should be equal to location. Yeah. So we want to get where the user is coming from. Perhaps the user was trying to input the replace. Perhaps the user was, let me break it down. The user was trying to access a different page. And because the user is not logged in, we'll redirect the user here, but we want to get where the user is actually coming from. So yeah, that's where we put in the from here. Okay. So if the person is logged in, then we'll come into this side, right? Okay. We'll come into this side. Okay. Okay, so here it's installed, so I think I should run it, and so that we'll see what we are doing, if we are doing the right thing or not. Okay. Okay, so we're running on a different port, so I'll say yes to run on different port. I think it should come here. Okay, so we can close this. We can also, I mean, let me leave that one. You can close this. Okay, and leave this one too. Okay. Okay, so let's wait while it's running. The first time, sometimes it takes time, but I want to believe the next build will be the first. Okay. It's taking a little bit of time. Okay, let's continue. We'll check back on it. Okay. So if the user exists here, yeah, so we will go here inside this div, great, and let's give a class class name, great. Okay, so we want the width of full. I think I am outside. Oh, what is happening? Okay, great. So we'll give a width of full, and my CSS are not popping up. Okay, don't worry. Let's try. We'll give a width of full and a height also of screen. Okay. So inside it, we will have our navbar, right? And it's not ready, so I'll comment it. And we'll also have another div. We'll have another div in it like this. Okay. And inside this div, we have one more div which will cover our sidebar. So if you remember, we have a sidebar, right? So it's also not ready, so I'll comment that. Okay. Okay, it's still running. So you see, if you check the app, we will have a sidebar here, and the other rest will come here. The others will come here. Okay. So that's why we have a sidebar here. Okay. And after the sidebar, the rest will be for the various pages. So we'll put outlet here, and we'll have to import this from React router DOM. Yes, I want to believe it's imported. Okay, since this is working, I can close it. Okay, outlet has been imported. Okay, so here let's give some little bit of styling. Okay, so we'll have a width of full, width of full. Okay, width full. Okay, height also of full, and it should be flex. There should be a little bit border to the top, right? Okay. Okay, so border to the top. Yeah, border to the top and padding top of also 16. Yeah, and for this div, we're gonna have this. It's gonna be hidden, right? But on large screens, we want it to be flex. Okay, that's pretty simple for this. And here we're gonna have this also with a full, and it should be flex. I mean flex 1. Now we are giving flex 1. We want it to take the bigger portion, right? We want it to take the bigger portion because this will just take some few width of the left side on the left side, and this will take the bigger portion. That's why we're giving flex 1. And because the parent has already been given flex, okay, flex 1, px of 8, and py of 6, and we want overflow to be auto overflow y to auto grid. Okay, so pretty simple. We'll create this component shortly. Oh, okay, let's even create them. So we'll have navbar.jsx and rafce. And if you don't have this function, rafce does not work for you. Make sure you have this extension installed. Yes, this one. Yes, ES7 plus. Yes, have it installed and it will work for you. Okay, so in here, and let's have another one. The other one, it's also sidebar.gss rafce. Great job. Okay, so we can just come here and comment this and import it. Great. We can also break this thing down and uncomment it. Great, and import it. So just hit on control when you place the cursor here. Control space bar should bring the pop-up, or you can also type it manually and import it. Okay, let's hope our app is still working. This sidebar. Okay, I think there's a typo in here. Okay, and let's see. Good, it's still working. Okay, so now when you come here inside here, I can remove this, right? And here we're just going to have a width of full, and it's also a screen of we'll remove this from here, and here I want it to be a minimum screen. So main screen, the minimum should be the full screen. Okay, so inside it we'll have the various routes. Okay, and inside this route we have the individual route. Okay, we'll have the individual route, and the first route. Okay, good. We'll have the individual, and as I said, there's going to be a protected route as well as the other route. So in here, the element will provide the element. The element will be equal to the layout we created up there, right? So meaning that any endpoint or path that goes into this one needs to be, protected. If it's not, it will redirect you to this page. Sign-in page here. Great. So you go in here first to check this. So any page that goes inside this will have to pass that. Okay, so now, so let's say that if we first will have a page, a route, right? And let's say it will be the index page. That's the first page, right? And the path will be / right? / and the element, yeah, the element it's equal to it will be we'll also use the navigate here to redirect to the dashboard. Okay, and you go to, I just want it to go to dashboard, right? I just don't want to have that go / but I just want it to go to dashboard. Okay, if you want it to be the same I mean home, you don't have to change this. Okay, and routes are not imported. Okay, let's make sure import it from React Router. Also import this. Great. And I want to believe it's working. Okay, it's working. Okay, so you see, because we are not authenticated, you see we are redirected to home. So if I go here and do this, we are still redirected there. Okay, great job. Okay, so the other pages will come, but there are some pages you can visit even if you are not authenticated, and that will be like the page to register, right? The page to register. Okay, so I will just copy and bring it since it's the same format. Okay, so now here you go to the auth page and you have to go to the start page, right? Yes, we'll go to the start page where you will have to log in. And if you remember, this is the start page here. Okay, great. So we'll go there, and this also will be for, I mean, putting in the OTP, right? Yes, the OTP. Okay, so I will comment that one first and go into the pages. Go into the pages where we have the start page. The start page, it's here, right? Oh, okay, I think that one. So I'll just quickly run RAFCE. RAFCE. Okay. I think I need to rename it. Oh, there's a typo in the naming. Okay, great. Go to RFCE, great, and goes here and then import it. Okay. Okay. So if you check, I think we should okay, I think nothing is coming up there, but oh, so we're gonna work on this. Okay. So if I click here, it should take me in here. Right, great job. Okay, so in here, what are some of the things we will need? We will need this. We will need, I'll just copy and paste some of them. So we'll need this too from the MonTime core, right? So we need button, we'll need modal, and we'll also use the color scheme, right? So that we can switch from light and dark. Okay, right? Okay, we'll also I think as we go on, whatever we'll need, we'll bring them. Okay, but let me bring also this. Let me also bring this ones. Okay, so in here we'll also be using React, use effects, use state, and we're using this from React icons. We'll use link, location, and navigation from React Router, and also the tools notification will be using this thing sooner. So if you can just go to their site and check. It's pretty easy to use. Yeah, I think okay, good. It's here, pretty easy. And in our first part, now if you click, you see it's pretty simple like that. That's what we're going to use. Okay, so I will also bring it. Okay, so in here let's get the color scheme. So from here we can say that cons color scheme, right? Good, should be equal to use MonTime color scheme. Okay, so this will give us the color, right? And we want to have another state that says theme is equal to if the color scheme is equal to dark, right? Okay, So if our color scheme is equal to, or theme should be equal to, if our color scheme is equal to dark, that means this is true. If it's not, then it's false, right? Okay, so I think we can try to console log our theme and see the value. Okay, so if you go into the browser, go to inspect and inspect, great, go to console. I think we should have it here. This, okay, I think there's a little bit issue in here. Okay, so here goes to, okay, oh, it should be a auth, great, and it should be auth. Okay, okay, good. You see that it's false because we are on light theme now. Okay, and I think you can see this also written here. Okay, let's continue. Okay, okay, so inside here, let's close this and this. Okay, so now we have that. Okay, we also need clones from our runtime. We need visible, something called visible, and also a toggle for the model, right? And it should be coming from the use disclosure. Yes, good. From here, good. And in the beginning, we want it to be false. The visibility should be false at the start, right? Okay. So I think I should just copy and paste the other things we'll need. Okay, and just explain. Okay, so we also need it open and also closed, and we will accept this value. We'll create it. So let's create this. Okay, so we'll have to get a store, and like we did, let's just create the store now so that we just do the integration here straight up. Okay, so index.js. Okay, so in here, what you have to import is import create. Now it should be create, great, from the name is Zustan, great, right? And just say cons use store equal to we use the create and wrap it around, and inside it we're going to get the set like this. Okay, bring the arrow and we just have to return it like this. Okay, so we'll have our user, and the user will first check from the local storage if the user is there. So we'll say user.pass if the user is on the local storage. So local storage dot get user, right? And we'll just put the key as user. Okay, so if the user exists, we use that. Okay, if there's no user also, we can just say equal to nah, yeah, or something like that. Okay, we also need is OTP level to track our OTP level when the user logs in. Great, and first we want it to be equal to false, right? Good. And we also want to get OTP data as well as the sign-in. Okay, so now, okay, so we also get the OTP data itself. We will store it on the local storage and we'll delete it right after everything goes through. And the sign up mode, I want to control it from here also. Okay, so now here, let's just get the various methods we'll use here. Let's finish it here. So we just need a sign-in method, and in the sign-in method here we'll just get the data, right? So we'll get data here, and great. We'll set the state, right? Set state, great. And out of it, we will do this. So we just set the user to the data that we are getting, right? Great. Okay, so here what we're doing is that we just, when we call this function, we'll pass the user, right? We'll pass the data here, and we just want to get a state, and we are getting the user, which we have created here, and setting the data value that we are receiving. Okay, so it follows pretty simple steps like this. You can check the documentation of Zoostan. It's very easy. Okay, set OTP, right? We also use set the OTP, and it will come the same thing. So this time I'll say, let's say var, right? And we can just say, yeah, set state, great. Okay, oh sorry, this ought to be this, not great. So set this, that, great. So in here, what we're going to do is also, we'll just set is OTP, right? Is OTP level to true, or to the var that is coming, right? Okay. And the we same for the other two. We'll also have other two functions, so let me just copy bring them. It follows the same format. So the sign out, will just, that one will not need any data. We'll just set the user to nothing, right? Okay, so I think we can make it like this. And also set modal, right? We just get the value and just set the modal, whether it is true or not. Okay, so when we are done, we just have to do is just to export, yeah, default use store. Great. So we can just go in here and import the use store. Yes. Now there are two options. One is coming from Zoostan, but make sure you import the one we created. Okay. Great. Okay. So we'll also need some hooks. So here we'll need use navigation from React navigation, and we'll also need use location, and we'll say let from, right, yeah, be equal to the location we are getting, where the user is coming from, right? So location, if it exists, we want to get the state, right, where the user is coming from, the state, and in the state there is from. If you remember here, right, if you remember here, we just pass the from as a location, right? Okay, so put where the user is coming from, and if that one exists, we want to get the path name. Okay, oh, it should be path name. And if there is nothing like that, we'll just put / right? Okay, great. So here, if we get it, good. Okay, so in a use effect, we can check whether the user exists or not, right? So we'll say use effect snippet. Okay, so in here, all we'll have to do, there will not be any dependency. We'll just say if user dot token. So if the user exists and the user has token, right? If the user has token, means the user is logged in. We'll just have to use the navigate. Okay, so the navigate that we have from use navigation, right? And we just navigate to from where the user is coming from, and the dependency will be the user. So whenever the user changes, we will run this again and again. Okay, so now let's go to our design. Okay, so I'll remove this, place this here, and give class name. Okay, now because we want to combine some classes, there is an awesome library that is CLFX. I don't know if I installed it. Let me check. Packages. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, so we can just install it now. Okay, I can create a new terminal, cd into admin, and just say npmi, then just put the name clxx and just install it. Right, okay, and let's import it here. To import clxx from clx. Okay, it's here. Okay, so this library will actually help us to, combine classes. Okay, so all we have to do is just to call clsx like this and put this. Okay, so in here we can now have multiple classes. Okay, we have a challenge. Okay, I think this has been removed. Great. So in here we want the width to be full. The height should also be string, right? And px of 0, and on md px of 4. Okay, it should be px of 4. Great. Okay, so here, so after this classes, we can just give comma and say if the theme is true, right, then we're gonna have bg of okay, it's a gradient, so I'll just have to copy and bring it. Yes, I don't have to. Yes, okay, so I'll just bring this gradient and break it down like this. Okay, else if so if it's on dark theme, we'll have this gradient. If not, we'll also have this one. Okay, so now it's just 2 here. So if we are on dark theme, we will have this gradient. So meaning if this is true, if it's not, we'll have this. Okay, I think we can check our page. Okay, then there's nothing in there, but I think you can see that there's something here. Okay, great. Okay, so great. Okay, so if I change this to, let's say, light, I think this value will become true. And if I go, you see that it has changed effect. Okay, so let me keep it back to, yeah. Okay, so okay, so in here also, now inside this we'll have our navbar. So let's bring it, navbar here. Okay, and beneath it we'll have a div with classes. Okay, the width of full. Okay, width of full, height of full, flex column, item center. Good. Justify to also center. And on MD, padding top of 24. Great. On MD, there should be a gap of 6. Great. And PS normally should be 4. Okay, great. So inside this, we'll have another div. Okay, so one div, and within this div we also have this classes, the width of full on 2XL, the max width should be 3XL. Okay, it should be flex first column, item should be in center, and justify to also center. Okay, gap y of 10, gap y of 10. Okay, gap y of 10, and on to Excel, negative margin top of 20. Okay, so within this div we'll have a span tag, a span, and the span will have a test. I'll just copy the test, bring it here. So unleash your writing, right? You can unleash your words. You can write anything you want in there. Okay, so let's give it a styling. Okay, so we want to have multiple classes. Okay, so we use our CLFS again. Great. And we'll just bring that. Normally it should be hidden, right? On MD it should be flex. It should be flex. Great. And a gap of 1. Gap of 1. py1, py1, py1. Okay, and px3. Okay, ps3. ps3. Okay, so ps3, there should be a border, rounded, full, no, rounded, rounded dash full. Great. And the text should be SM. Text should be XM. And on MD, the text should be base. Text of base. Great. Okay, so if you check, I think, yeah, we're having it here. It's coming up fine. Okay. So now let us check for the theming. So we'll just put comma and say if theming is true, right? Then we're gonna have a border of gray 700 and a test of gray 400, test gray 400. I think I get it. Okay. And if it's not, we have a different border gray of 300 and a test gray of 600. Okay, so if we check it, great. Oh, I think I missed the color. Oh, it should be gray. Okay. This should be border. Great job. Okay, coming up fine. And now within this same thing, we want to have a link tag. Okay, and in the link, we're just going to say join now. Okay. A gap of 1, items to center, and font of semi-bold. Okay, the text should be, I think, 18 pixels. Yeah, great. Now the theme, yeah, then we're gonna have test white, Test white. TST white. Oh, I think I'm not getting the no. Okay, white. Great. Else it should be there's that Slake dash 700. Right, great. Okay, we can check it. Yeah, it's coming up. Great. Okay. So far so good. Okay, it's coming up fine. Okay. So inside the joiner, it's where we have our icon. Okay, I don't know if it was imported. Let me try to import it. If it wasn't, let me import it. I don't think it was imported. Okay, it's here. Great job. Okay, so we can check and see we have the icon also here. Okay, so beneath the span tag, we're going to have an h1 that I'll just copy my text and bring in. You can just write anything you want in there. Okay, so class name. Great. Okay, so CLSX. Okay, I think I keep saying CLFS. Okay, so the test should be for Excel onto Excel. Test should be 6 Excel. Okay, the font should be bold, right? The test should be center. Great. And when we are on that theme, we're gonna have test being test gray dash 400. Okay, test gray 400. And on light, we're gonna have test being slate dash 700. Okay, great. Let's check it. It's coming up fine. Okay. And beneath it, we'll also have another span tag. The words are a little bit, so let me just copy beneath the H1. I'll just bring it. Okay, so we also have a span tag with classes that the text should be center, there should be base. On MD, it should be 18 pixels, and just changing the colors based on the theme. I am just writing this little hipsum here. Okay, so you can put anything that you want real there. Okay, so we have it like this. I think we have a little issue with this. Let me close this. Yeah, seeing this, I think we have a little challenge with this. It's too long, right, as compared to this. Okay, so let's figure out what is wrong. Okay. Okay, so here we are saying, let's check here. We say it should be hidden, and on MD should be flex, a gap of 1, PY1, PX of 3, and there should be border rounded text media SM, and it should be base here. And this for the border colors. Okay, so where is the other thing coming from? Okay. Okay, I think here it should be item center, items.center. I want to believe that solves the issue. Okay, great. Okay, so now we have this test. So beneath the span tag here, okay, the span tag, okay, great. Just move that with one div, and the div has classes. It should be flex. It should be gap of 6. Gap of 6. Items to center. Oh, great. Items to center. My intelligence seems not to be working. Okay, items to center and margin top of also 6. Okay, so inside it we'll have a button. Okay, and this will be our first button we're going to use. Okay, so and it's coming up. I think we have imported it already. Yes, we have imported it from runtime here. Okay, so if you want to know more, just go to the site and read about the documentation. So we'll just keep in that get started. You can keep any text you want in there. Yes, and by default, this is how it looks. It's, I mean, good right out of the box. Okay, so we want to add a few things to it, right? Okay, so this is an onClick function, and the onClick function will just call the open, right? If you remember, we have this here, this open here, which is coming from the use disclosure, and that will help us to create open our modal. Okay, right, great. So we'll just call the open. Okay, great. And we want to have some classes, right? Okay, so we can have this again, and we'll just say that test should be white. It should be rounded, and age of 10. Okay, and the test of XM. Okay, now theme, we're gonna have BG of blue dash 600, and on the other side we're gonna have a black. Okay, so if we check now, it's still the same, but when we switch theme, I think it should move to the other one. So maybe we can switch the theme from here. We can change it by default. We change it from here and see. Okay, so we have it like this. I think there is a little bit of issue with the styling. Okay, so let's begin to figure out. It's with this test here. Okay. Oh, okay, I think this ought to be test. I guess kept 2. Okay, so this is fixed. Now go to this here. Okay, great. Okay, it's also fixed, and I think, yeah, it's almost same. Okay, great. So now we have our button. Okay, now below the button we have a link tag from React Routerdom, and we just put contact. You can put anything of choice. Okay, it will actually not go anywhere, so we'll just keep the to property to just I guess keep it to hash. It's not going anywhere. If you want to let it to go somewhere, you can do it. Okay, and I also want to give an icon, so the same icon which has been imported already. Okay, so now class should be flex, a gap of 2, items dash center, form, semi-bold, great. Okay, it's here, and here it's white. It's white here, it's okay too. So we just need to apply colors. Okay, so we can just copy from here, this one. Okay, so let's turn this to great. Use this, just bring comma here and paste that one. Okay, so we don't want for background, we just want test. So on the dark theme, test should be white, and here we can say it should be gray dash, let's say 800. It's this. Okay, okay, pretty fine. Okay, so we're going, yeah. Okay, so we have let's deal with our navbar. Okay, so I think it's pretty fine. Yes. Okay, and it should also be responsive. Okay, I think it's responsive. Yeah, if you go here, yeah, it's responsive. Okay, okay, so now let's handle our navbar first, then we'll talk about how we can do that of the model. Okay, so we can just hold Alt and just click on navbar. You open it, right? Yes, the navbar. Okay, so also I'll just need to bring this. We'll need this. So we'll need the color scheme here. So just Control Shift to import it. We'll also need these values from our store. Okay, we also need use location from React Router DOM. React Router DOM. Okay. What from this? Okay, this is not bad. Okay. So in here, let's keep it first. Okay, so width of full. It should be. We want it to be fixed. Okay, fixed. Now top 0 and z index of 50. We want the background to be transparent. Should be flex. Yes, flex. Flex row. Okay, so should be flex row. Okay, and px4 on md, px of 6, py also of 4. Let me break it. Okay, py also 4, and on md py 5. Okay, the item should be centered, and justified should be between a gap of 4 and shadow. We just want to keep shadow. Shadow. Okay. Just want to give a small shadow. Okay. So in here, we'll first check if the user exists. Then we'll render if the user exists, we'll have this div. Okay, and inside that div, that's where we'll have our mobile drawer, I should say. Yes, and I'll pass the theme to it. Okay, and since that one does not exist, I can comment it for now. And the classes will be that it should be blog, but on large string it should be hidden. Okay, great. Okay, now I will just copy and bring my icons, right? If you check, there are icons here, and this is not anything special, so I'll just copy and bring it below this, right? Okay, so I have these icons. Let me make sure it's imported. Okay, and these icons are coming from React icons. Okay, so I'll just put them here. Okay, so it's just icons. You can use any icon you want, and they are not going anywhere. If you actually watch the first part, you know we use the same icons. Okay, so beneath the icon, we will have our logo. So we're going to say logo. Okay, and I'll just also copy the logo and bring it. It's the same logo we use in the front end. It's the same logo we are using. We actually did not change anything, so I'm going to put it here. Paste it. Okay, so it's the same logo we're using link, right? And we just continue to, yeah, and we also have type that we use in here, yeah, and we just put this. It's pretty simple logo. Okay, so we can just import the logo. Yeah, okay, and let's see the progress. Okay, so link is not imported. Okay, so we need to import link from React Router DOM. Okay, and what again? Link. Okay, so link is here now. What is okay? Great. Okay, great. It's working. So this is the logo. If we check, yeah. Okay. So let's keep on. Okay. Okay, so beneath the logo, we're gonna have another div. Okay, so it's gonna be flex, gap of 14, items to center. Inside it, we have a div with class. Okay, that's also flex, gap of 2, items to also center. Inside it, we'll check if user is logged in. The user is logged in. We'll render let me keep it a div for now because the user profile, does not exist. Else we get a link, yeah, to sign in. Okay, so now let's handle the link. So inside the link we'll just have a span that says log in, and there will be an icon, the same icon. I'll just copy and bring it. Okay, same icon, and the two will go to auth, right? We'll go to the auth page and we have classes. Okay, let's make it dynamic. So we use this awesome library again. Okay. Okay. Great. So it should be flex items to center, gap of 2, rounded full, right? Rounded full onto Excel, margin right of 10, test base, yes, great, comma. Then we'll check theme. So text should be white. And text should be black. Okay, this should be flex. Great. And this should also be theme small. Reload it and see. We have something wrong. Okay, I think the icon, this icon is not imported. Great, make sure you import it. Okay, so it's coming up fine here. Do I need to I don't know what's wrong with my logo. Okay. Okay. I think I need to give the property of type and see. Let's say dark and see if it's okay. Okay, so I need to give a property of dark. Okay, same. Okay, so here. Okay, so we can progress. Okay. Okay, so I think it's getting up fine. We can continue. Okay, so now close this. We're still here. Okay, so here let's style it. Okay. Let's check it. It ought to be here. Okay. Or is it because I changed the? Okay, I think the issue is from because I changed the theme somewhere. I manually changed the theme somewhere. I want to believe it's this. So let me keep it to dark and see. If I keep it to dark, then I think there will not be any need of this here. Yes. Okay, yeah, it's really fine. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, so login. So now let's talk about this part, the user profile. Okay, so here we'll have something called user menu, right? And in the user menu, where will you pass the user, then equal to user.user, and we'll also pass the theme, being equal to theme. Great. Okay, so let's create this. Okay, so let's create this, and we will only need it here. So I mean, we can create it here. You can just say const user menu. Great. Yeah, and you know, we are getting the user and the theme. Okay, so here we'll also need the sign out function. Now sign out from our store. We're just going to use store. Yeah, oh, it has already been imported, so we'll get our sign out function here. Okay, and we can have a function as handle sign out, right? Okay, which should be like this. When we click on it, we just want to clear the local storage. So local storage dot remove item, right? And the key is user. Then we also call the sign out to function to set sign out, yeah, to set our state to also now. Okay, so now in the return function here, we want to return menu, which is also come from the man time, so make sure it's imported. Menu. Okay, now so the menu will take a shadow. Okay, so if you want to know more, just make sure you stick to the documentation. It's important, right? Okay, so shadow of MD, and also width of 200. Okay, inside it we'll have the menu, then dot target, menu dot target. Great. Okay, and within it we'll put a button. Okay, it's coming up. Okay, so let's give classes first. So here we're gonna have great. Okay, so it should be flex items to center. Now when theme, we're gonna have test of gray 400. Oh, we're gonna have test of black. Okay, so we're gonna, so inside this button we will have an image, and the source of the image will be user dot image. Okay, so we can keep this as profile, and the class should be that the width should be 8, height 8, right, and rounded full. Great. Okay, so I think with this one we have an issue. Menu is not oh, this ought to be menu. Great, like this. And also button is not imported. Okay, make sure you import button also. Okay. Okay. So we'll see the user profile. After that, we also need to show the details. So we'll have a p tag, which will show the user name, right? Okay. And beneath it, we'll have a span tag, which will take the user dot account type. Account type. Great. Okay, so let's style it. We'll say that it should be flex column, items start, right, and margin left of 1. Okay, so here it should be font of medium, and that's all. And this span should also have class of test sm, test-sm, and font normal. Great. Now beneath the target, that's where we're gonna have the menu dot drop down. Yes. Okay. And inside it we have menu dot label. Okay. And this we say application. Okay, pretty simple. I think I should okay, no user exists for now, so you might not see this, but once we log in, you'll be able to see what we're doing here. Okay. Okay, so here we're gonna have some menu items, so let's do one, then I'll just copy and paste the rest. Item, right? Okay, so in the item I will say profile. Okay, so no, it's supposed to be menu item, menu item, menu item, blue. Okay, and the menu item we'll have left property of FA user icon, right? Okay, and the icon is already imported. Okay, the icon is already imported, so we'll style it as it styles. Okay, double carry left, width of, okay, so Mantam uses rem, so of 14, and what again, height of also same, yeah, 14. Okay, great. So we also have same for the others, so I'll just copy and bring the rest. So now like same, we have another one. Okay, and this will point to the logout, so the same thing. We're using this icon, and I want to believe all these icons are imported. If it's not imported, make sure you import it. Then after this, we'll have menu dot divider. Okay, just close it, and we also have another label that says danger zone. Okay, and we'll have another menu item. I'll just copy and bring it, which says that the color is red. Yeah, the same thing. you just see delete account. Okay, great. So that will be the user menu. So now let us work on our mobile. So we can just say I can put it here as a function or const anyone. Okay, let me keep it const mobile menu equal to this, and if you remember, we passed the prop of theme. Okay, pass a prop of theme. Here we'll also need the user and whether the drawer is open or not, right? Okay, so on mobile we need the user and we also need the disclosure to manage the drawer. Okay, so now let's say return. Okay, so let's keep a React fragment here, and now we're going to have a drawer from runtime, and so we'll make sure it's imported. Drawer is here. Okay, let me format it. So you can just click on Shift, Alt, and O to format your document. It will also remove unused import statements. Okay, so in this drawer, we need to have opened will be equal to opened, the opened we have up there, and on close, right, will also be equal to close, right? Okay, and overlay, it's called overlay props. Okay, overlay props will be background. The background should be 0.5. Background opacity should be 0.5, yeah. And we want to have blue. It should be blur. Blur of 4. Okay, blur of 4. So inside it, we'll call our sidebar, right? We'll call our sidebar, which it's not ready now, but we have it so we can import it. We'll call our sidebar. Okay, so and inside it again, we'll call our user menu. So I'll also bring it here, the user menu we just created, right? Yes, so we'll just call it again here and pass the various props to it. And beneath it, we'll have a button. So I will just copy and bring that button in the same drawer. Okay, pretty simple. So we have this button, and the button on click, it will call the open, right? And these are the few classes we have. Okay, and we are passing, we'll show this menu icon, and this is going to show the theme toggle. Okay, theme toggle. Okay. Yeah, no, this is going to show the theme toggle, I think. This button, okay, we'll just click on to, to call the open disclosure. Okay, sorry. So this is pretty simple. Like, yeah, we've done the menu. Let's see if our site is still working. So you see rem is not imported. Okay, so where do we have rem? Rem should be in here. It should be in here. Where do we have it? Here. It ought to be imported from time core. Great job. What again? Use disclosure is not defined. Use disclosure. Okay, it's in here. Okay, use disclosure. Make sure import it. It's a hook. Okay, and these icons are not defined. Okay, so let me bring my icons. Okay, so we have 2 icons which are not defined. Okay, So this and that. Okay, let's check. You see, okay, it's still working. Okay, great job. So in the navbar here, where we were calling our mobile menu, now we can call it like this. Great, and we won't have any issue. I think it ought to work. It says that icon. Okay, on which line? Line 110. Okay, 110. I think somewhere 110 here. Oh, okay. It's, I think it's supposed to be okay. So base is in the um user menu. Okay, user menu is supposed to be the first one. I mean the delete icon, danger icon trash. Okay, I guess I need to import it. Icon trash from. Okay, so the icon trash is coming from the MannTime package. Okay, so I'll put it here. Great. So if you check the package.json again, you see that we have these two tape, I think there's two tape icons. Yes, it's in like that. I can find it, let me check. So it's coming from the okay tabular slash icon slash react. So if you check the package here, let me close this tabular tabular. Okay, so it should be somewhere. Okay, I'm not getting it. Okay, let me search for it. Okay, yes, good, it's here. So this icon is coming from this side. Okay, however, you can change it and use React icon if that's not changing anything. I think I did not change it. Okay, it's working fine. So we just done with our navbar. Okay, so now let's work on the modal forms. Okay, quickly. Okay, let's work on our modal form. I can close this, and come here. Okay, so to the very bottom of our start page, come there. Okay, so you should just come to one div down, right? Okay, to the last div, and have a modal. Okay, this. Okay, so here we're gonna have few classes. We're gonna have opened, right? Opened should be equal to opened or site model. Great. Okay, so we normally want it to be equal to the opened that we have already. Let me toggle this. Great. We want it to be equal to this open or the site model if we also click there, because if you check the finished site like this, if we it's loading, reloading, if we click here we get the model, you understand, and if we click here too we get it. Okay, so this is what we're designing. Okay, so let's go here and continue. Okay, so now and on close also we will call form close. Great. We'll check if form close exists. If now we want it to, I mean, when you are doing the registration, we don't want you to be able to close the form. So we'll first check that if form close, if it's true that you'll be able to close form or you cannot close the form. Okay. Okay, so check it, form close. Then if you It's true means you can close it. Yes. Else you call the handle close modal. I think there's a typo. Handle close model. Okay, and let's create this function up quick. Okay, so let's create it here. So cross handle close model. Okay, great, and we're just going to call the close, right? When we call close, then we also set sign in model to the opposite of signing. Yeah, right. Okay, great. So we just want to set it to the opposite of it. Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, so and on this, let's also give a title. It has a title property that we can give a title as user authentication. Okay, and we also want it to be centered. Okay. So let's see if I click. Yes, good. So we have the model here. It's coming up fine. So inside it, we're going to check if is signed in. So we need to check if you are signing in, right? Or you are signing up, right? So we need to check if you are signing in. That will show, the login form. If you are signing up, then we show the sign up form. Okay, so here we're going to say login form. Okay, login form, and this login form will have values is sign in. We'll pass the is sign in there to is sign in. We'll also need set is sign in to not this. We'll say set sign in to set is sign in. Great. We'll also send a toast, which will be equal to toast. Toast, and we also have set form close to set form set form close. Okay, so I want to believe this will break our app. Oh, okay, actually did not break it. So we don't have this, so let's go create it. Okay, so let's create this form. We can create it in our components here. Yeah, so just say JSS, then RFCE, or I keep RAFCE. Now, so in here we are accepting props like the toast is signing, right? Set is sign in. Set is signing. I think we'll also send in toggle, and also set form close. Okay. Here also we will need a few things. Okay. So I'll just copy my import statements. Yeah, not to waste time. Okay. So we are getting the color scheme again here, right? And we're also getting the state from our store. We also getting this. Okay, so this is not created yet. I'll comment it. Now also use use state. So let's import it. And also this is use input from, it's a hook also from runtime. So use input state. So to get the input state, and also this from React Route DOM. Okay. Okay. So now let's also use form hook from. Okay, so this use form is coming from React form hook. Okay. Oh, actually, it's also coming from runtime. Good. So we can import it from here. That import use form, right? From use form. Okay, I think it's not popping up. I don't know why, but from at runtime / hook from runtime. Okay, runtime from great. And I'm just giving a validation for the email, right? Yes, you need to follow this pattern. Okay, great. Okay, so in the form here, we're gonna wrap this in a form, right? Okay, and on submit, I'll call form dot right on submit. I'll call form dot on submit, and so if you check here, you see that we are saying that this form should be equal to the runtime form. Yeah, and in that form, in this use form, there is an onSubmit function. Okay, that's why we say form.onSubmit, right? Okay. Okay, so form.onSubmit. Yeah, then we will bring our handle. We have submit function. Okay, so let's create it up here. Cons handle submit, handle submit. Great. Maybe you should say it should be async. Okay. Okay, so they will pass in this form. Okay. Now let's also give classes. So we're going to say it should be flex column, and gap of 4. Okay. So inside the form, we're going to have test input. Okay. Also coming from runtime. Okay. So the test is coming from there. Let's go and check. Login form is not defined. Okay, we need to import it in here. Okay, let's check and see. We have a couple of errors. If I click here, yes, we have errors that create element on document. Okay, friends, welcome back. It actually took me some time to figure out. So the issue is that the login form, the extension, I just made it capitals, GXS, and I think that's the one causing the problem. So to simply put it, you can just copy the whole thing here, right? Maybe delete it or change the extension, whichever way you want to go, right? Great, create it new, login form, and just be careful here. Okay, login form dot .jsx, great, and you can now paste it again and go inside here. So you see it was this, so you can remove it, or you can just change the extension to JSX. right? Yeah, and let's see if you click. Okay, it takes you in there. Great job. So yeah, I think it should work now. So if we go to our form to check, oh wow, it's even opened. Great. So if I click on here, good, it should open. Great. Okay, if I click here, okay, I don't think this part is working. Okay, so I mean, let's just fix it. And that is in the navbar, I want to believe. Great. That's in the navbar. Okay. And what is it? If you click, so in the navbar here, okay, I think it's here. Good. So when you click here, you say you should go to this page. Okay, and on click, so if it's already on the page, we're gonna have handle login, and let's go up to define the function. So we don't have it. Okay, it should be in here. So say cost handle login. Okay, so we'll just say location. Good, we have location dot path name. If the path name is already equal to auth, right? If it's already equal to auth, then we want to set the signing model to true. Okay. Sign-in model. Oh no, it should be this. Okay, so the opposite of sign-in model. Okay. Now, oh, sorry, let me do that. So if it's already here, then we set it. If it's not, then we just have to go there first. Okay, so let's try it and see. Okay, so we're here. So if we click on this, good, the form also appears. Okay, and we have this input button here. Okay, so now let's continue our business. Okay, so when you encounter an error, please just take time and try to figure it out. You don't have to rush with it. Okay, so so in here now we have one input. Okay, so we'll also have password. So I'm going to say password and strength. Okay. Now, if you check the finished site, okay, so if you check, you see that here we do not have the password strength, but when you check here, we have password strength there. Okay, so we're gonna have that reusable component, right? Okay, so that's what we have in here, and also we'll pass some forms. So we'll have the value being equal to pass value, that's password value. Okay, we'll also have the set value being equal to set pass value. Okay, we'll also need set strength being equal to set strength, and is signing also equal to is signing. NodeJs is sign in. Okay, so now let's create this component. Okay, so inside here here we'll have this dot gsx. I'm very sure. Okay, so let's export function password strength, right? Okay, then we'll take the various props. The various props that we'll take, right? The props are value, set value, right? Set strength, and is signing. Okay, so first let's get a strength. So cons strength. Oh no. Okay, strength should be equal to get strength. So we're gonna have this function as is get the strength, right? And we'll have to pass the value to it. We'll pass the value. Okay. Then we'll set strength. Set strength to strength. Okay. So now let's have this function right up here. Okay, so we're gonna say function get the strength, and we're getting the password, right, which is the value we are passing. Okay, so in here we select multiplier be equal to password dot length, right? Okay, be greater than 5. So we want to have at least 6 characters. 5, then it's 0, else it is 1. Okay, so we're just getting a multiplier. We say the password length if password length is greater than 5, then it's 0, else it is 1. Okay, so now let's say that we need to have few things. So I'll just copy this requirement. Okay, the various regex expressions. Okay, so we want to have the requirements are like this. We need to have a number, we need to have a lowercase, we need to have include one uppercase, and also a special character. So these are the requirements. So we'll just say requirements, right? Good dot for each, right? We're using for each to go over the items. Then we'll get each requirement, right? So we get each requirement, then we'll just do the if not. So the negative of requirement, yes, okay, the negative of requirement dot re dot test. Okay, so we just have to test the password against it. We're going to test this password against each requirement and see. So we'll just go through this and test it again to see that it matches the requirement that we want. If it does, I mean, this is not, so meaning if it doesn't, then we send a multiplier, then we just add 1 to it, right? Okay, we add 1, so plus equal to 1, so it's the same as multiply is equal to multiply plus 1. Okay, so we just add 1 to it. If it matches, there's no need to add to it. Okay, good. Then we'll return. Okay, so return math dot max. Okay, oh no, it's not brown, but max. It's max, great. so which is 100. Now we want to convert it to percentages, so 100 minus 100, okay, 100 divided by requirement, right? Then we use the requirement strength, requirement dot length, right? Dot length, okay, plus 1. Then we multiply, so make sure you go 2 here, then you multiply 8 with the multiplier. Then we just want good to have no decimal place. So here what we're saying is that we just want to round it to percentages, so we have 100, then 100 divided by the requirement dot length, right? The requirement, because we map over it, we have 1 2 3 4 of it. Yes, the requirement plus 1, right? Because we start from 0. Okay, then we just multiply it by the multiplier that we have here, right? That run here, and just return it. Okay, so this will help us to get the percentages as to whether we are, because if you check, for instance, I think, yeah, see that there's a loader here, right? So this loader will help us. So if I type and it's matching, you see that it matches this, but the others are not matching. You understand? Okay, good. I think I had this from the MonTime library, so yeah, that's where I have it from actually. Okay. Okay, so I think I can import this here right off. Okay, so let's see if hardware strength. Okay, value. Okay. Okay, so here ought to be value. Okay. And I want to believe it's okay. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, so now that we have this, it has a cons check. So now we're going to check. Check should be equal to the requirements, right? Okay, requirements dot, we're going to map over the various requirements, right? So we'll get each individual requirement, great, together with its index. Okay, then we will instantly return password requirement, great, good. And this will also pass key, which will be equal to index, label, which will be equal to requirement dot label. Then we'll have the meets, that will also be requirements dot re dot test, right, into brackets, then the value. Okay, so let's toggle this, then we can have this function here. You can say function this, right? Okay, and if you remember, we're taking the meets, then the label. Okay, so let's just return. We're going to return a test, which is from MonTime. Great. Okay, So make sure it's imported. And this test will have component. The component will be a div, right? Or act as a div. The C will be this meets. If it meets, then we want it to be teal, that's the color. So the C is for color, else they will be red. Great. And we'll have empty top. That's margin top, I mean empty. Great. And also size of SM. Okay. So inside we're gonna have center. Also from man type. Okay. I'm gonna say inline. Great. Okay, inline. Okay, so now let's check. Meet. If meet true, then we'll render icon check. Okay, with size of 0.9 rem. Okay, and a stroke of 1.5, and a stroke of 1.5. Okay, great. Great, and make sure it's also imported from the tabular.icons/react. Okay, and if it's false, we're gonna have icon x, then size also of 0.9 rem. Oh, 0.9 rem. And also stroke of 1.5. Okay, so and also have the size and the stroke for this icon also. Actually, this is coming from the documentation here, so you can just go to search and search for password. Right, you see password input. Yes, okay, so this is how it is, right? So there are various options, right? So I am using strength, yes, strength meter password. Good, okay, this one. Yes, so this is what we're doing. So all the codes I'm having, they're coming from here. Yes, except that here they use a drop down, and I am not using the drop down. Okay, okay. So that's pretty simple from here. Okay, so you can just copy from there as well. Okay, so after the icon, so just come down and have a box, right? It's also coming from there. Okay, so the box margin left of 7. Okay, then we'll render the label inside it. Oh, it ought to be this. Great. Okay, so yeah, great. So okay, so now here, so now we have this password requirement here. Great. So after that, let's also have this cons the various bars. So we are all coming from the documentation, and we're going to have an array, right? of 4. So you remember, if you remember, the bars are 4 dot fill, right? Okay, 0 dot map. So we want a map. So we get this, then we'll get the index. So we're going to use the index, then instantly return. Okay, so instantly will return a progress, and if you see, that's also coming from man time. Okay, so it will have a star. It will have a star. Yes, so we'll have a star, that's a section, and transition this. Okay, we'll also have value. Yes, which will be to value dot length being greater than 0, and index equal to 0. Okay, so if it's so if the length is greater than 0 and the index is equal to 0, then we just want to put 100, right? Else strength, else we check if the strength is also equal to index plus 1, right, divided by 4. Then we multiply all by 100, right? Okay, this ought to come here. We multiply all by 100. So we check if that is also true, that means 100, else it will be 0. Okay, I think I haven't closed this. I need to close this progress here. Okay, great. So this progress ends here. Okay, so then inside here we're gonna have, also comes with color, and the color will also be based on the strength. So strength greater than 80. If the strength is greater than 80, means that it should be tail 80. It should be tail. Else, if strength is greater than 50, then it should be yellow. Else it should be red. Okay, so we're checking if the strength is greater than 80, it should be this. Else if it's greater than 50, it should be this, or it should be red. Then we're going to put a key which should be equal to the index. Okay, then we'll put a size which is equal to 4. Okay, so now beneath this, that's where now we're going to have the return statement to return a div, and in that div what we're going to do is we're going to have a class. Okay, so we have a class, and the class should be width dash full, right? That's so. And inside here we can have password input, great. Okay, so password input, and let's apply a value being equal to value. Okay, on change to set value, and we have placeholder being equal to your password. Then we have label. also been password. Then we have we set it to required. Okay, and beneath this we'll see that if negative is sign in, right, we'll check if a sign in is false, then remove this. Great. Yes, it should be like this. Okay, if a sign in is false, we're going to have group, which is also coming from mankind, right? And in it we'll put the bars. Okay, so it should have a gap of 5 and a row also of, it should be just row empty of XX. So you can even remove this, just have it like this. Great. And MB plus XX as well. Okay, so after this, then beneath this we'll have our password requirement, rendered. Okay, and we're gonna have label, and the label will be has at least 6 characters. Okay, and the meat should be equal to value dot length, great, greater than 5. Okay, then beneath it we'll have to render the checks. Okay, I think we are done, so let's check and see if we don't have any error. Okay, so password strength .gss checks. Okay, I want to believe in this checks. How did we call the name? It is check. Okay, so let's make it checks. Great. Let's see. Oh, we have a lot of errors. 0 is not a function. Error 0. Okay, I think I've seen where it's coming from. Okay. Okay, so bars array equal to array 4.view 0 map. Length. Okay, I think here it's from here I want to believe. Okay, let's click and see. Okay, great. Okay, so because we are in the login, we don't need it here, so that's why you don't see. Okay, I think it's coming up really fine. Okay, so let's continue our login form. So let's come back to login. Okay, so after password, we're going to have a group which will also come from yeah, mankind. Okay, and let's give classes. So we're gonna have class of okay, so we have a good old friend here. We're gonna say with dash full, and it should be flex. And here we're gonna check is signing. Great. If it's signing, it should be justify to end, else it should be justified as between. Great. Aside that, we'll also give empty of md. Okay, and inside the group we have a button. Yeah, we have a button which says submit. Okay, and the button type as usual will be submit. Okay, so here we'll just say if theme, then bg dash blue dash 600, else bg dash black. Okay, now beneath it we're gonna have this paragraph tag, so I'll just bring it here. So beneath the group we'll have this which just says that if we just check if it's signing. If it's signing, then we'll have this statement, right? Yeah, else means you already have an account. We're just changing it. We're just setting this to either true or false, and we're just rendering up the appropriate statement. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we have it like this. Okay, and let's see. And we also have it same. Okay, so we have it like this. Great. We also have it this way here. Okay, I think it's getting up fine. Okay. Okay, so now let's see if we click here. So now let us go to the sign up form real quick. Once we have some of the things done, I think we can finish this one real quick. Okay, so I'll close this. So if it's this, we're gonna put this, right? We also send a sign-in, set a sign-in, the toast, the toggle, and also the form closing. We'll just send them like we did. So we'll go into the components and create the form, CSS, refce, great, come back and import it, great. Also, okay. Yes, so we are accepting these props or parameters. Okay. Okay, so here I'll just bring the various things we are getting, the various oh, okay. So now let me explain. So we getting the color scheme, so let's import it from ManType and checking where is that cover. We have been doing this over and over, and okay, this is not available yet, so I'll comment this. This is also a use state, to hold the password strength, right? This is a use state to hold the password strength. This is also to, upload files. So it's just a state. It's also a state, and we are using the input state from runtime. Okay, it's a hook, and we also use the use navigation from React Router. Great. Now we're using the use form, which is from React runtime/forms. Okay, and in it we have the email, the first name, and the last name, and we have validations for them. Okay, so the various validations that we have here are, we have first name. We're saying that it should be it's not be too short. It should be like more than 3 characters. The same for last name, and email also follows this pattern. Should to check whether the email is correct. We also have this on submit. So since it is not ready now, I can just comment it here. Right, great, and just leave the function like that. Okay, so now as usual, same way we did, we'll just here create a form. Great, and in the form we have the onSubmit, and we pass our onSubmit function to it. Okay, so like we did, I'll just copy and explain. So inside it we have a button, sorry, a text input. So we have this text input. Okay, make sure you import it, and in the text input it has the get input props, right? So it will help us to get the input props. Then the name is first name, right? So make sure you spread it like this. If you do not understand anything, you can just come here and search for test input, right? And read more about it. The various things you want, you can just add them here. Toggle, you see, as you toggle them here, it keeps it's added here, right? So yes, you can read more about it and format it according to your need. Okay, so and the asterisk. Okay, so here, yeah, with asterisk, the with asterisk, if you check here, you see that we have the with asterisk to show that this is important field. Okay, great. Okay, so we have these two fields. Now we need to have one for email. So beneath this div, there will have one, right? Okay, for email. Let's keep progress. Okay, so now we have this and that, and we have email here. Okay, so as usual, I'll copy the password. Great. Okay, so here there's the password, and we are passing a sign-in for so that we can get the okay, I think I need to import it. Good, so password strength. Great. We have a little issue. Okay, okay, great, it's here. Good. And we need to have a group. Okay, so beneath the form, we're gonna have a group. Okay, now here, let's give classes. And the classes will be with-full, wish.full. It should be flex, justify, to between, right? Okay, and margin top of MD. Great. So inside it we'll have a div, and the div will have class name of flex column, and the item to center, and justify to between. Okay, so inside it we'll have a label. Okay, we'll have a label, and we'll put the for as upload or image upload. Okay, we want to use this as to upload image. Okay, so in here, let's give classes. So class name. Okay, make sure you import it. And here it should also be flex, item center, gap of one test base cursor pointer, right? Great, cursor pointer, and let's check theme. If theme this, then we want the test to be gray dash 500, else it should be test dash gray dash 700. Okay, great. And inside the label, it's where we're gonna have our input with an icon. Okay. Okay, so let's just be real quick here. Okay, so we're gonna have an input. This is a normal HTML input. We're setting the type to file, right? And we getting the file. We only want to get the first one, right? Okay. Then we just set the file that we have, the state we have updated to the file that we have. And we want this to be hidden because we just want to show the icon here. So let's make sure it's imported, and also a span time that says picture, right? You can say profile picture or or icon. Now let's see. Okay, so we have it here. And after this label, inside this div, then we have a button we have designed over and over, still within the group. So I'll just bring the button, make sure you import the button, right? Okay, so the button will also just have this submit type. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have a button here. Okay, I think the justify between is not working. Justify between full flex between item center justify to between. So why not working? So we have justify with this flex and justify to between, and it's still not working. Then below the group, we'll also bring the same statement that we have. We'll also bring the same statement. Okay, that says that if you already have an account, same thing. Okay. Okay, so here, so let's figure out why this is not working. So group class name with full justify to between, we're taking full, let's say black. Yeah, it's taking full, so why not between not working? Let's put this off. I don't know why. I actually do not know why it's not taking the it's not moving to the right, but Like this here, justify. Okay. So what is actually the issue? So this and that. Class name with justify. I'm just gonna remove this and see. Okay, I think I don't know why it's not working, but I'll find a way out, and I will let you know what is the issue, so you find the updated code in GitHub repo. Okay, so basically that's how it's going to be. And if the user select an image, right, we want to upload the image to our Firebase. Okay, to Firebase. So how are we going to do it? Okay, so we just have to go to Firebase console, Firebase to Google. We're going to use Google Firebase. Okay, so just click on go to Firebase console, right? And if you don't have account, create account. Okay, so I do have an account. It uses your Google account. Okay, so you just have to create a project, and I'm going to say blog Fullstack Blog app. Okay, and just click on continue. I do not want analytics, and just wait for it to create the project. Okay, so continue. Okay, great. And make sure you see that the project is selected up here, right? Okay, so you just have to look here. You see that we have Apple, Android and web. Just click on web, right? Give name. I will give the same name, Fullstack Blog. Okay, sorry, Fullstack Blog. Okay, then click on continue. Okay, let's wait a while. Okay, so now we are given this command to install, right? Great. So come here in your terminal, make sure you are in the admin, and just paste and install Firebase. Okay, so when you go here, you see that we are given code. Okay, so just copy this code and click on okay, so let's go. Okay, so now go to the utils here, and just have a file called firebase.jx, right? And just paste in this code. Okay, you can remove all of these comments, right? Good. Okay, I will advise you have a .env file. Okay, so in your root have .env file, right? In here, have your app key. Great, this one. You can copy this and take it in there and say React, right? App dash Firebase underscore API key. Then just put it here, okay? So we just copy this name, come here and say process dot env dot, then the name follows. Oh, sorry, process dot env. Okay, great. Okay, like this, right? And it's being exported here like this. Okay, right? I hope you get what we are doing here. Okay, so okay, so in the sign up here, when the user clicks on the image, we want to have a file uploader function to upload the file, right? Okay, so in here, just come and say we have index.js and just say we have a spot cons upload file. Anything, it should be equal to, and in here we will have the set file URL or URI. Okay, let's make it, yeah, URL anyone or URI. Then the file itself. Okay, so here we'll need const the storage storage should be equal to get storage, which is coming from Firebase. Oh my goodness, storage, right? And we'll pass in the app. This is the app we exported from not this app. This is the app we are exporting from here. This app, right, is what we are passing here. And make sure this it's coming from, I think it will come from import app from /Firebase. Great. And this, let's import the storage. Okay, also import get storage from it's coming from Firebase /storage. Great. Okay, so but for the less we forget, let's go here. So click on all product, click on build and select storage. So storage, and make sure you get started, and it can be in test mode or production mode. So if you select production mode, yes, leave those ones to default. Okay, so let's continue whilst it's creating. Okay, so here we need to get the name of the file, and we're going to put a new date dot get time, right? Yes, then we'll add the file dot name. Okay, file dot name. Okay, so now let's also do const storage ref. So we want to get a reference to the storage, we call ref, which will also come from Firebase storage. Firebase storage and pass the storage that we have created to it. Then also pass the name of the image. Okay, so pass the storage and the image here. Okay, the name of the image. Okay, so now let's sequence upload task. Now if you check, okay, great. So here now you can go to the rules here and here change this, read, write, let's change it to true and see. Let's change it to true. Okay, and there is a usage here. No, here. If you go to okay, so Firebase upload image, I think the documentation for web. Yeah, so here you can search upload task, and I think you'll find a reference here, SDK storage. Yeah, okay, so you see there are various options to upload images, right? Okay, so there are various things here, but let's continue. Upload task should be equal to upload byte and resume. Good, resumable, yes, which is coming from Google Firebase, right? Then we pass the storage, right? The storage reference and the file. Oh my goodness, this ought to be storage reference. Okay, so after this, then I'll just copy and paste this code because it's a bit lengthy. Okay, so now that we have created a reference of this, we'll just say upload task.on, and we are listening to changes, right? So as it changes, we'll get a snapshot and we'll get the progress when it is uploading, right? I want to get it in percentage, so in our console we'll just be writing uploading to. This is coming from the Firebase documentation. Great, right? Okay, and when it is paused, just write it's paused, and when it's running. Yeah, great. So when it is done, we will get the get download URL, right? Make sure you import it. So you get it, and when we get it, right, inside it here, when it is successful, we'll get a URL and we'll pass it to the URL that we getting up here. Okay, so let's make sure we have get download URL. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. Okay, great. So now let's go in here. So in our use effect, we want to listen to file changes whenever the use state changes, right? So we'll pass the file as a dependency. Whenever it changes, we're just going to say that whenever there's a file, right, whenever we upload file, we will call our function upload file from utils and pass the set file URL as well as the file itself to it, right? Okay, so this will upload it and return and get us the URL here. Okay, so I think we should start with our integration. Okay, So now we need to create this our hook to submit the form. Okay, so go into the hooks folder here, right, and just create auth hook.js. Great. So first let's do it sign up. So in here we will need to import something from at timestamp.react query. Okay, and we also need to import Axios from Axios. Okay, and inside our utils here, great. Let us have this. Let's say export cons API URI equal to HTTP localhost port 88,000. Great. So we just need to call this in here. Okay, so now we'll export cons use sign up, right? Okay, we're creating it as a hook. Okay, you can also create it inside your so we'll need a toast and we'll need the toggle. Okay, you can create it in the same form, but I want to separate it here. Okay, so now we'll return all from the React query, and this is a post request, so we'll use the use mutation, right? Okay, so we use the use query to fetch and the use mutation, to attach data and pass. Okay, for use, so we'll call use mutation function. Okay, so use mutation function. So use mutation. Okay, so inside it we have the mutation function. Yes, great. And the mutation function, we want it to be async, right? And we'll have form async. Great. And we have the form data from here, and we go here. Okay, so when we click, then we want to call the toggle, right, so that we'll have that loading state. Then the const, we will get data, we'll distract the data from the response that will come. I'll say await Axios dot post. Okay, so Axios dot post, then we'll call our API URI, make sure it's imported. Okay, and the endpoint is auth. Okay, the endpoint is auth/register. Great. And after it, we put comma, then we put our form data. Okay, great. So this will go to the endpoint, and after that, we want to return data. Okay. So if you open to server, you notice that if we go to various routes in this here, we have this auth, and when you go in here, we have register. Okay, so that is the endpoint we're reaching here. Okay, now this same React mutation function here, there's also on error function here. Okay, so on error, what are we going to do? We'll get the error, right, as well as data, and we'll say that we'll toggle. No. Okay, we put the toggle off, and we will set the toast dot error. Great, right? And the message will be error dot response exist dot data exist dot message. Okay, so if this exists, if it doesn't, then we just show error dot message. Okay, so if we have this, there's a data and there's response, a message, we'll put that. If not, okay. And also there is on success. Great. Okay, so on success, we'll also get the data. Okay, so here also we'll put the toggle. Great. And we can console log the data and see the data we're getting. Great. And we also put a toast dot success. No, toast dot success. Okay, success, and we'll put the data dot message. Great. Now we'll set the local storage dot set item, and the item is going to be user. Now first, this is registration, so that's where we set the OTP data. Then we put the data, but however we need to transform it to JSON stringify. Okay, so in the JSON stringify here, now let's modify it. So we'll have the OTP level set to true. It's supposed to be OTP level set to true, and ID, we just need the ID from the user data that is coming. Okay, great. We don't need the rest of the data. Okay, then we want to set a timeout, right? A timeout in the same on success function. We want to have a timeout function. So after some time, then it will take us to the OTP page. So window dot location dot replace, okay, to OTP dash verification. And how many seconds are we talking about here? 1 millisecond, 1 second. Okay, great. So we do not have the OTP verification page for now. Axios, I'll wait. Oh, okay, it's ought to be. Great. Okay, so so I think everything is fine. Here, so now here we will just have to call that function, and when we call it, we'll get the mutate function. Okay, so let's import it. Okay, so we'll get the mutate function, and in here is where we have this. So we'll say that if as sign in, right, and the strength, the password exceeds 90, meaning it's 100, I mean it's less than that, right, then we need to return it. You can continue until you fill the password, until the password is correct, right? Good. So until the password requirement is met, you can proceed. But when it's set, then we set the is close to true. You can't close it until the form is, submitted and everything is true. Then we spread the value that we are getting, The value we get in here, we spread it and we attach the password to it. We attach the image file URL to it, and we attach the account type as writer. Then we just send it. Okay, so let's quickly work on the OTP page, right? Good. So I will just go to let me close some of the files here. Great. Go. You can also go. Great. I think this can also go, and start page can also go. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so if you remember, we have this. So let me just create this page. So inside pages, there is OTP. Great. So I can import it. OTP verification. Where it is. Great. It's here. It's here. So let's import it. Okay. So make sure it's imported. OTP. It's here. Okay. So let's go inside. Okay, so I'll bring the import statements. Yeah. Okay, so we are importing paper pin input. So if you go to UI that we are using, you can search for pin input. Okay, and you see something like this, right? So this is what we're gonna have. Okay. Okay, import app as app was not found. It's coming from here, the utils, Firebase, wasn't export as default. Okay, I think yes. Oh my goodness. Great. Okay, great. Okay, so here and so. Okay, so so OTP. Okay, so here I'll bring all the input statement we'll have. I mean, all the variables we'll declare. Okay, so now we also using the color scheme. So let's make sure it's here. And also we're checking from the local storage if we have the OTP data really there, right? If we have it, okay, we'll also get the navigation, and we also want the disclosure. Use disclosure, and also use state. Use state. Now use store. So let's make sure we import our store. Okay. So we'll get the user from the store. Then okay, we'll create this function very soon. Okay, we'll also create a reset function should in case the time elapsed and the user want to resend it again. Okay, so now first we'll check if the OTP data that we're getting here, right, if it does not exist, if the OTP level is false, then we'll redirect the user back, because once the user gets here, it means that that portion must be true. Okay, and if the user dash email is also verified, means it has already been verified, so you can view that page. So we'll take you back. Okay, so in here first I'll get a div. Okay, so I have a div with these classes, so it should be full width, screen, height, screen, flex column, item center, justify center, and we check and we render the appropriate background color. Okay, so now in here we'll have a paper from Mantai. Okay, and make sure the paper is imported. Okay, paper is here. Great. Paper, we are setting the shadow as LG and the padding of XL. And we're giving classes of, based on the theme that we render the background color. Okay, so inside it, we're going to have a div. Okay. That's right. And inside the div, we will have this paragraph tag. Paragraph tag. Okay. So for now, let me comment on this so that I can move to that page. Okay, no problem. Let me go to OTP, that's verification. Great. So here, this must be imported. Okay. Okay, so that's it. Great job. And inside of it, we have this, beneath the paragraph tag, we have this span tag. Span tag that gives, let's just put a message here, right? Okay. Okay, so this it's coming out fine. Okay, and beneath this div, that's where we're going to have our input. So if you go to where I show you here, right, there is here, however you want it to be, you just need to add those parameters to it, and you can just copy the code from here. Okay. Okay, so beneath this div, I will put that here and make sure I import it. Yeah, it's already been imported. Okay, so I am saying it should be a one-time code. Autofocus is true. The type should be numbers only. The length should be 6, and the size of the input should be XL. And I am having this function here that once it is completed, then we have the handle. Then submission will go through, right? Okay, so once you finish it, you don't have to click on any button, it will be submitted automatically. Okay, so let me also put this one here. So beneath this, okay, let's check and see. Okay, good. So we have it like this. So once you enter finish like this, then the submission will go through. Okay, so I'll bring another div here. Now in this div, we have the padding top of 5. This flex, item center, justify center. We just want to show a timer, right? So we want to handle reset OTP. So this will help us to resend the OTP, and this will also show the timer of the OTP, right? Okay, so okay, so let's go up here and we can have this handle OTP resend. Okay, and I will just copy the form timer. Okay, so this is the form timer. It will help us to have a countdown. Form countdown, and in a use effect, right? So in a use effect here, so in a use effect, we'll say that if the seconds is equal to 0, then we'll clear the interval, right? If the seconds is equal to 0, then we just clear the time interval, the time countdown, and the seconds and the countdown are dependencies of this hook. Okay, so let's check it and see if we get in somewhere. You see, so now we have a timer here, right? So it will expire in 2 minutes. So once we come here, then the timer should start moving. You understand? Okay. Okay, so what again is left? So we have this, and we get in, this is here. Okay, so mass.flow, everything in here. Okay, so we have, so now let's bring another use effect, right? Okay, so this hook is really in charge. So we have this use effect and we are having a set count down, right? And we're having the interval of this. We just setting the seconds to this just because, and we just have a function to clear the interval on the, when we unmount it, we just want to clear the interval. Okay, so if we check, you see that now our timing, let's see, it's good. Okay, so now it's working. So when it counts all the way to 0, then we'll have the opportunity to resend the OTP, because by then 2 minutes has elapsed and the OTP would have expired. Okay. And once the OTP is expired, we have to generate a new one. Okay. Okay, so now let us work on how can we resend a new OTP, right? Okay, so let's do that one. And okay, so in the same hook here, I will create another hook. Okay, so now this is also the hook. Now we are saying that use resend will get the toast and the toggle, right? We're using the mutation again. We set the toggle here, and we want to get the data from the axios.post. I mean, we go to the endpoint of user, and if you remember from our back end, we have this endpoint that's resend link. Then we'll send the user ID, right? So the user ID will come here when we call the mutation function. We'll pass it, right? Then we'll attach the ID as a param here. Okay, so once this is true, we'll get the data back. On error, we'll set the toast notification. And on success, we'll send a message as well as pass the OTP data again, pass the new one here, right? Pass the user, and I mean the new one here. And we set the timeout again, and the page will just reload. Then, I mean, the timeout will start again. Okay, so in here, when we come here, when we call the what we call on resend function, right? Handle resend. Okay, so here I can now uncomment this and import the use resend, right? Good. So in this handle resend here, right, I can just put it like this. So the handle resend, this resend, it has mutation in it. We can destructure it, but because I will destructure this already, that's why I'm not destructuring it. Okay, so I'm just saying resend.mutate, then I'll pass the OTP, the ID here. Okay, I'll pass the ID here. Okay, and if you remember this OTP, we're reading it from our local storage. Okay, I'll just pass it like that, then we'll be able to, resend it. Now, once you are also done the submission, we need to check and see, submit it. Okay, so how do we also get that one? So here, we also in the same hook, the auth hook, I'll also bring another hook, right? It's followed the same pattern, so that's why there's no need to be typing them. So it's the same function. We use the use mutation function, we get the data, we're getting the ID and the OTP. Make sure you make this as an object, because it only accept one parameter. So if you don't make it as an object, you can only pass one parameter, okay, or argument or prop. So make it, destructure it, so the ID and OTP. And we're going to verify endpoint, and at the verify endpoint, we'll pass in the ID and the OTP, right? And when it's successful, we'll return the data. When error occurs, we'll bring the toast. When it goes through, we'll do this, then redirect the user to the login page for the user to log in, right? And we'll clear the local storage, right? We'll clear the local storage. Okay, so now let's also come here and uncomment this and then import it. Okay, so now in the handle submit, we can just call the mutate here, this mutate, right? Okay, where is the handle submit? Okay, good. This one we can call here. Now we'll receive the value from here, right? Once we click on submit, the data will come here. So we'll get the data here, the mutate, we'll say pass the ID as the OTP data ID, and the OTP itself will be the value that we're getting from here. Okay, so if you like, let's comment it and console log the value we're getting and see. I don't know, my console ninja is not working. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, my console ninja. So here, once I go here, okay, API URL was not imported. Okay, I said URI here, and I think this also has to be URI. Okay. Okay, so let's type it and see. Let me check to see if it's logging. Okay, so you see that the value is logged here. Console. Okay, so the value is here, right? Okay, once I type to finish, you see it's being logged here. Okay, great job. Okay, so once it's in, we call our function and pass the arguments to it. Okay, so if here now, if I comment this, I think it ought to take us back. Now we can test our sign up process and see. Okay, but before then, let's make sure our server is running. So this is server, and if you remember where we ended, I'll just have to run npm start. Okay. Oh, okay, I have my other server running, so I will kill that one. Okay. Okay, let me just find server. Yeah, just save and see. Okay, so it's connected. Okay, yeah, it's connected to our DB. Okay, so now let's go and try to sign up. So the email has to be a correct email. Okay, so let me open my mail. Okay, so I have my mail here and there's no new message. Okay, so let's try it. Let's hope it works. So we go to sign up, and here I'll put code and wave here, and I'll put correct email. And here now, let's see if I put 1 2 3 4, you see that now the number has been checked. Now it is 6 in length, so it has passed these two, but the others are not passed. So I have to get a capital, now that's passed. I need to get small, that's also passed. I need to get a special key, that's also passed. Then I put maybe number, and now it has to be 6. You understand? Okay. And let's toggle it. So now you see, so I have put something like this. You understand? Okay. So, and let me also upload image and see if it will work. Okay, let me check if I have an avatar somewhere. Okay, let me upload this and see if it will also go through. So I will come to storage here and see. Okay, I think I have one image here. Or it's still uploading. Maybe. Uh, Maybe it's still uploading. Okay. Let me check and see. If I go to the console, we have a couple of errors. The upload is running. Okay. I think it's taking time. I don't know why. Okay. Let's hope. Okay. So if I click on, let me make this a little bit big. Great. If I click on this, let's see if it will go through. Okay, so we have a couple of errors here. Let's cannot update a component within form while rendering a different component. Okay. Okay, so actually, let's check what is happening. Okay, so we are not even reaching our back end here. Oh, okay, let's go here. I'm not sure we call it. Okay, we calling it from here. Yeah, we have it here. Okay, so we can put a console here and say values. Okay, values, and click on values and see. Okay, I think we have it here. So we get an email, their first name, their last name, and we're not getting the image URL. Okay, hello friends. So let's continue. So all I had to do was just to restart my app. So all I have to do was to restart my app. So whenever you add an environment variable, don't forget to restart your application. Okay, so just close it and start it again. And okay, let's go over it again. So what we're doing here is so we have the upload function and we are creating an instance of the get storage, which is coming from Firebase. It's been imported here. Okay. And we are creating a name for our file using date, then we attach the file name to it, right? So we have unique names. Okay, and we're creating a storage reference using this ref, which is also coming from Firebase storage. Okay, then we pass in the storage that we have created here with the name, and we are using uploading task, which is upload byte resumable. Okay, so we pass in the ref storage ref together with the file, and as I said, this is coming from Firebase, and we are using this, and we are listening to the state change. Okay, so it will continue to run. So all that I added here is when an error occurs, we should console log the error, and when we are done, we console log this so that we know that we are done. Okay, so let's make sure our server is also running. Okay, I think server it's not, so let me make sure the server is running. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the server is running, so let's go to our browser. Okay, so here now if I clear the console and let's reload it, reload our app and see. Okay, so I'll click on get started and click on here, right? Okay, so click console here. So if I click on upload image, okay, so upload image, let me select this. Okay, so if I select, you see that uploading, yes, then it keeps going, and when it is done, we should get the message that we haven't that uploaded successfully. So if you check, you see that we placed a message that yes, I placed this message that successfully uploaded. Okay, so then we can fill the other details and see if it will go through, right? And you need to put a correct email for the OTP verification. Okay, and I'll put password. Okay, let me make sure I check. Okay, so if I click on submit, okay, so now we're getting this, the email, the first name, the last name. Okay, great. So let's go back to our code and now check. So here, let's go. Okay, don't forget to save changes. Okay, so we can close this now. So when we come here, let's go back to our handle submit function. Great. So this data we get in here, meaning it's working. Great. Right, and now we are adding the URL here. And this function will call what we have here. Right, great. So let me save this. We'll come here. Here. No, this, great, and this will connect to our backend, which is running on this URI. Okay, HTTP. Oh, okay, so there's a typo here. Great, HTTP. Great, localhost 88,000. Great. Okay, so now we can continue and see if it will go through or not. Let me close this. So if I click on here, oh, okay, let's check if the image actually went through or not. I think it has been resubmitted, so we should have like oh, so it has been submitted. So it has been submitted over and over because I keep on saving the changes. Okay, so if I click on this, let's see. So now we're getting an error, and let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, okay, so we're getting an error. Let's go check it. So here we having that email address already exists. Try again. Oh, okay, so email address is already exist. Okay, okay, meaning we've been able to reach our backend. Okay, so now let's check and see. We ought to have let's add the toast notification. Okay, yeah, let's add the toast notification. Okay, so let's go into the start page here. Great, and beneath the modal here, let's add the toaster, right? Good. And let's make sure we want the rich colors, so we'll say rich colors, but let's make sure it's imported at the top. So toast, okay, toast is here. Okay, great. And it's coming from this here. Okay, and I also have a loading or a loader. So let me bring it. We don't have to, waste much time on the loader. Okay, so we put it here, then we can go over it. Great. Okay, so is this we are using, loading overlay, which is coming from runtime core, right? Okay, so we have this, it accepts visible and toggle. Okay, and I guess we are not even using the toggle here. Yeah. Okay, so the visible will be the visible will pass, right? So if we want to show it, will pass the visible. Okay, and it has an index of 1000, right? The transition of fade and an overlay props, right, which is radius of SM, and we also want the player to be 2, and we have the loader props, which is the color, which is blue, and the type, which is bar. So you can go to runtime. I think I close it. .dev, right? runtime.dev, and search for loading. Loader. Yes, loading overlay. Let's wait. Loader. Okay, it's still loading. I don't know why. Okay, great. So it's here. So right, you see. So if you want if you want bar, so I'm going to use this type, right? If you want dots, also you can just that's where the type is actually coming from. So that's where we have this type. Okay, so we're going to use this, right? So here we'll also bring the loading. Okay, and let's make sure it's coming from there. Great. And I'll set visible, right, to visible. If you remember, we have a visible property. So okay, great. So you can actually go up and see we have a visible. Great. This no, it's not this one. It's here. Okay. So when we click to submit it, this visible will be true, right? Because this toggle will run. Okay. When it becomes true, then we show the loader. Okay, pretty cool. So now let's go to sign up. Okay, so I guess I need to go into my database and delete the record. So MongoDB, Atlas. I don't know MongoDB. Okay. Okay, so I'll log in and find a way out. Okay, so I will check. Okay, I guess I'm using this one. So click on database. Database is here. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so if I go to browse collection, okay, so I guess I am using this and not this one. I'm using this. Okay, great. So if I go to users, yes, okay, so I have one here. So let me click on delete, delete. Great. I am using this, not this one. Okay. Okay. So now we can try again and to see if it will go through. Okay, so here. So now let's see if I click on this. So now you see the loader, it's here. Okay. So now we get a toast notification that toast.success is not a function. Okay. Okay, so great. Let's check our database. Perhaps it went through. So you can just refresh it and see now it's here. If you go to verification, right? Yes, so we have verification also here. Okay. So toast is not a function. Okay, so this toast and toast, they are sent to the forms. Toaster. Okay, toaster is also okay, toaster is also here, and there's also the toast. Okay, so here okay, so this is the toast, there's a toggle. Okay, so you sign in, we accepting toast. Okay, toast here, toast.error. Toast.success, right? Okay, let's make sure we're getting the correct thing. Okay, yeah, it's toast.success. So toast.success. Okay, toast.error. Okay, so right, let me close this. Right from the sign up form here, yeah, we have in toast, and we pass on it to sign up here, which is this. Yes, we have it here. Okay, let's see. Not this. Okay, so if I click on submit again, so I have email address, already x6. Okay, I think now the token is working. So we're supposed to go to the we're supposed to be taken to the OTP stage, but then because of the error we were not taken there. Okay, so let me delete the data and we'll try it again and see. Okay, I'll delete this. Now also delete the user. This also here, and we'll try it again and see if it will work. Okay, so let's restart it. Restart everything. Okay, so I click start. I go here. I put name, wave, code, wave. Then I put email. Okay, so if I go check on my password, let me upload the image. Right, okay. Then I'll put a password and I'll click on submit. It says that please provide profile. Okay, perhaps it's still uploading. I want to go, okay. Okay, so now we get that OTP has been sent. Okay, so now we come here. So if I go to my mail, great. Okay, so now you can see that the OTP is here, right? So this is the OTP, right? But I want it to expire, right? I want it to expire, right? Oh, let me put a wrong one and see. Okay, so you know, as the end is supposed to, submit it. Once we're done typing, it has to be submitted. But I think we getting an error somewhere. So we'll check our console. Okay. So if I finish like this, so it says that post. Okay, so 404 not found. Let's check from here. Also, we have not found. Okay. So let's go to our OTP page. Okay, so here is the OTP verification, and here is a page. Okay. Okay, so here also we just need to add the toast. So inside, just go down, down, down. Inside the paper, right? You need to bring the loader, right? Okay, so if the visible 10 changes to, the visible would be when we haven't pending, when pending changes to true, we will bring the loader, or when we want to resend the OTP also, we'll also bring the loader. And we also have the toast here, so make sure they are all imported. So you go up and see that we have, okay, we have the visible here, not this one. We said we have this pending, it's here when we are doing the verification, and when we are resending also, it also has a pending because that one also return pending. That's why I did not destructure it. Okay, so toaster and toast is here, as well as loading is also here. Great job. Okay, so I want to, so now you see that it has expired. So if I put, okay, so now you see that the OTP is loading. The loader, it loads automatically, and we get a message that something went wrong. Okay, so something went wrong, meaning that the token has expired. Okay, so now let's try to resend it again. So resend. Okay, also something went wrong. Let me check if I get a new mail. Okay, so something went wrong. So we have a big error here that says okay, so cannot destructure property expires at of results as it is now of OTP verification. Okay. Mm. I let me check OTP here. Okay, it's here. Okay, so we need to have this. If you go to application, let's see if the data was saved there. Okay, so we have this saved here, and it has the user ID and the OTP level to true. Okay. Okay, so if we go in here where we have the OTP verification. Okay, so let me quickly find out what the error is. Okay, friends, welcome back. The error was coming from my Outlook. I'm using Outlook to mail to send the token, OTP. So because I entered the wrong email, my account was blocked. That's why the resend wasn't going through. So I have verified, and now it's working. So let's continue. So if you're also using Outlook, keep an eye on it because if you enter a wrong mail, it will be blocked. Okay, so I have to say test user. Then I copied my email. So I don't make mistake. Great. Okay, so I'll keep a password here. And I'll make sure I also upload an image. Okay, so let me wait a while and click on submit. Provide a picture, profile picture. Okay. Okay, I think it's still uploading. Let's try again. Okay. And okay, so it says that the mail has been sent. Wait a while and we are redirected to the OTP page. Okay, so if we enter anything wrong, okay, so you see now it goes and say something went wrong, verification failed. Yes. Okay. So now let's go get the okay, actually let's wait for it to expire so that we will know. Okay, so I have it here, the first one, but I'm gonna delete it. Also delete this one, and also okay, I'm gonna delete all. Okay, so let's wait for it to expire, then we'll resend again and see. So when you're doing, you also keep an eye on your mail. If it's blocked, then you verify. Okay, so the error wasn't coming from our code, it was coming from Outlook. That's why we're getting something went wrong. Okay, so now if I click on resend, let's see. Okay, so now we have a message that is true. So we can go to our mail and reload it. Okay, and now it is here. So I am going to so it is 467446 467446. So if I keep 467446, so it will go through and see that verification failed, invalid link. Oh, did I do anything wrong? Okay, let me copy and see. I don't know why. Oh, okay, maybe I did not enter it correct. And it says now it's been verified. Okay, when I just copy and paste it and it's verified. Okay, so let's go let's reload our user and see, and now you can see that verification has turned to true. Okay, so now let's go and work on our login. let's go and work on our login. Okay, so now let's come back. So we'll go to our login page. Okay, so we go login page here. Okay, so in the login page, so we have this is where I think this is where we left, right? Okay, so we have the button, which is a submit button, and on click we want to perform this action in here. Okay, so now we'll go to our hook again, and inside our hook we will have the function. Okay, so like we have been doing, I'll just copy and bring it, then we explain. Okay, let me keep it here beneath this one. Okay, so it's the same format. We are using the mutation function, right? So use mutation function, and we accept form data. We will, toggle to show our loader, and we use Axios. We get these also as Axios, and dot post is a post request. Okay, so and here should be URI, and the endpoint is auth/login. Then we pass the data. So once it goes through, we want to set here. Okay, so here we can actually even make a check if okay, we can leave it. If an error occurs, it will come here, so no need. Yeah, so if it goes through, we'll set the local storage to the data we are getting, right? Then we'll return the data to the user. So if an error occurs, we show a toast message, and if it's successful, also we show a toast message. Then we'll redirect the user to the home page or to dashboard. Okay, so now let's go here. So all we have to do in here is to call our hook, right? How are you going to call it? So we can just come here and say counts. So now in this hook, we will get the data, and it's pending, it's also in pending, no, pending rate. We can have something like a success. Okay, a success. They all comes from, they all come when you return everything, because if you look to the function, you see that we are not returning the individual things. We don't have to destructure it. We are returning everything. So when we return everything, we can get this. We can also destructure them here, right? We can destructure them here, then we'll return it one after the other, but I don't think that would be a good idea. We can return all, then destructure those things that we'll need. Okay, so use mutate, and they're all coming from use sign in, create, and make sure it's imported. Okay, great. So what are the things of this hook? Just accept the tools and the toggle, so we just need to pass them. You sign in, so we'll pass toast, then we'll pass the toggle. Okay, so the toggle, the toast, it's coming from we imported it up here, I want to believe. Toast. Oh, it's coming from here. Okay, great shot. So now let's come inside our function, right? Inside the function to do the submission. Okay, so we'll get the data. When we get the data, we'll first set the form close, right? So when you are submitting, you can close the form. We set the form close to true. Okay, and we'll use the mutate, and inside it, let us spread our values that's coming. Okay, then the password will be equal to pass value. Okay, so we're getting the pass value here, so we'll spread the email and attach the password to it. Okay, so now this will be the call. So we can even use the success here, so we can say if it's success, right, you good the success with the structure. If it's success, right, we set form close to false. Then we can have a set timeout, set timeout function. Great. So we can have a set timeout function so that after some time we just go. So we say sign in. Great, sign in. I think we did import it. Okay, great. We're just coming from our store. We just want to pass the data to the user. So sign in, and we'll pass the data. Okay, we pass data, and we'll use the navigate function from React Router DOM to go to dashboard. Great. So this will take effect, let's say 2,000, I should say. Okay. So now let's go and try this and see if it will work. Let's try it and see. Okay. So we come here. Let's make sure I get a correct email again. Okay. Let me keep it wrong and see. And okay. Okay, so if I keep my password wrong and I click on submit, so we are getting invalid email or password. Okay, and that is the message we actually kept. If we check our console, okay, we're getting the same thing. So let me give the correct one and see. And if I click on submit, let's see, good. So login successful, and we are redirected to our dashboard. Okay. Okay. So okay, so in the home here, okay, home, great. I think I just added this one route and just imported from the page, dashboard. Okay, great. So it has nothing in it, so just add another route. Okay, since we have all the pages, I think we can even add all the routes. Okay, so we can add all routes and now begin to process the others. Okay, so I will just copy and bring the others. So we have the dashboard. So dashboard analytics, they are all empty, so I'll just import them. Analytics, it's here. Okay, and this. So analytics, it is not important, so I don't know. Let's go here and import analytics from /pages/analytics. Great. And we'll need to also import followers. I think it's followers from pages-followers, and let's hope it goes as expected. Great. Okay, then the next one is content. So contents from pages/content. Great. And the last one is the right page. Right. I don't know the name we gave. Okay, so also import the right page. Right post from right post. And okay, so it's also here. Let me close all of this and this. Okay, so let's check. Okay, so still working. So we're here. Okay, so great, but it's like we have different background. So let's try to change it. Okay, let me log in here. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you check, you see there's no background. So let's check and fix this. So we'll go into the okay. So what I did is I fixed it. We're supposed to move this one, the CSS of MonTime app, right? Great. You can move this one also up. Great. All right. Yes. And if you do that, it's gonna stop. Great. So yes. So you see now it's been fixed. And now if I apply colors, you see it. So I can remove this now. Okay, great. Great. Okay. So just make sure in the index file, the CSS, our own CSS will be the last thing. And this one goes up. I think I can even bring this one down. Great. Okay, great. So make sure it's like this. This one should come down. At least this one should go above this one. Okay, still okay. Okay, so now let's go to the sidebar. Okay, so close this and this, and now sidebar. Okay, so in the sidebar here, we will need some icons. So I'll bring this from tabular slash icon slash MonTime. You can use that from React icons. We also need this. So we also need other icons. I mean, we will need this. We will need the action icon, the stack, the tooltip, use star button, the rem, and the color scheme, as well as we need the icon sun and moon. Okay. We also need to have BS pencil square from React icons, as well as use location and use navigation. Okay. Now I'll create the various links. So if you see here, I have the various metadata or mark data. We have the icon, which matches to the icons we have here. And we have the label, which is dashboard. And this will be the link or the tool. We'll go to dashboard. This is analytics, and yes, it just goes like that. Okay. Okay, so let's come in here. So we will need to have the color scheme. Yes, equal to need a color scheme as well as set color scheme, which is coming from use runtime color scheme. Okay, great. So it's coming from this use runtime color scheme, which is here. Okay, so now what we want to do, we're also going to use navigate. Go to use navigation. So location will be equal to use location. Now let us get the path, right? So to get the path, we'll use the location dot path name. If it exists, we'll just want to slice it and use the first one. Okay. So if I try to console log location dot path my console ninja is not working here. I need to update. Okay. So if I go to the browser, goes to console, you see there's / dashboard. You see, so / dashboard. So we're just slicing it and using the dashboard only. We don't need a /. Okay. Great. So that's why we're slicing it. So if we slice it to only, so now path. So now path. Okay. So now we'll get only dashboard. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's change this to maybe nav, and let's give classes. We want to have a height of full. It should be flex column, gap 5, border top, actually border top, weight, and border sleeve 700, right, px of 6, then on 2x, so px of 14. Okay. So inside we'll have paragraph tag that says menu. Okay, we just have py of 2. Okay, so beneath it we will have a div, and let's provide class. Okay, so inside it we use the stack from MonType, and it's imported up here. Okay, So the stack, okay, we can even remove this. I think we'll not need it. Yeah, let's remove this. The stack will have justify of center and gap of 10. So inside here we will render links. Okay. Okay, so now let's create the links. So maybe here we can say const links should be equal to mark data.map. Then we get each individual link together with the index, and we can instantly return something. Okay, great. Okay, so here what we have is we have a nav link. Let's see, Navbar link. Great. Self-closing. We will create this. Okay. And here we will spread the link that we are getting using the spread operator. We spread it. We have a key which is equal to the index, and we'll have active will be equal to if link right or link dot to, if the link dot to is equal to path, then it should be active, as well as on click. We want to have function that says handle click, and we'll pass the link dot to it. Okay, so let's create this function up here. Const handle click. Okay, so it accepts the to property. Okay, so when you click on it, we'll call the close, and we'll also navigate to the to. Okay. Okay, so this navbar will have the close function coming in, and by default we want it to be an empty callback. Okay, great. Okay, so now let us create this link. Let's create this. We can create it outside here. Let's go to, so we have few properties. We have the icon. So we want to rename it as icon, capital, We want to have the label because we were, spreading the items and the on click. Great. Okay. So now let us return. Return. Okay. So first the to tip. Great. And we'll wrap everything inside the to tip. Okay. So the properties will be label will be equal to label. And we'll have position will be to right, and transition props will be duration to 0. Okay. Good. So we're wrapping around the to the. Now we'll use the use on star button. Okay. Also give it some props. First one is the on click. Will be our on click function. And let's give classes. Let's import CLSX. Great. So it should be flex, items to center, gab to px4, py of 1.5, py of 1.5, and rounded dash full. Okay. So when it is active, we're going to set a bg of black, else nothing, else there's no background color. And when we set bg black, we want to set the white text to also white. Okay. Now another property is the data active. And that will be equal to active or undefined. Okay. You see that active or undefined. Okay. So inside it, we'll provide our icon. Then the label will also come in here. So let's provide this icon props. We want to get a star. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have a width. Now it should be width of rem 20. Height also frame 20, and stroke okay, so stroke stroke ought to be outside. Great. Stroke equal to 1.5. Great. Let's see. Okay, icon is not defined. Oh, okay. Yes, should be like this. Okay, we just renaming this icon to this. Okay, so on click. Wait. Okay. Index not found. Where were we taking the index? Okay, it's here. Index. Wait. Now link is not defined. Navbar link. Okay, we just created it up here. Okay, so it's here. Okay. Okay, so it's coming up. Let's continue our styling. Okay, so we're done with that one. So after this, okay, here, great. After the stack, beneath the stack, we'll use the action icon. Oh. Okay, so we need on click, and that will also be set color scheme. Right, when you click, we want to set color scheme to, first we check color scheme. Right, we go to light, if so, then we set it to dark, else light. Okay, let's make this a function. Okay, so when we click, we just want to check if the color scheme is light, we set it to dark, else it should be light. Okay, so we want the variant to be default. We want the size to be Excel. Arial label. Arial label should be toggle color scheme. And a class of full, rounded dash also full, and mt dash 10. Okay. Okay, so inside it, we have a condition based on the color scheme. Right, if color scheme is equal to dark, then we'll render the icon sun, else icon moon. Great, and output cursor here, and let's type stroke 1.5. So I think it's here. Okay, great, and it works. Great. Okay. So the man time UI. I mean, yes, it sets go to application. So application, great. So if you remember, you see that the man time color scheme, it sets dark to here. That's why we are not setting it to our local storage. Okay. That's pretty fine. But I think there is something. Okay. Maybe let's check the styling here. Okay. So yes, label to label, position to right, this transition, there on start, on click to on click. Yes, and class name. Okay, flex center, gap 2, this 4, this should be dash 1, this should be rounded, dash full, and I want to think that's so. Okay. Oh, in the rounded dash full. Oh, great. Okay, great. So if I click on analytics, okay, great. And even if I reload it, it will still be selected because we are using the path name. Okay, great. And I think we're getting somewhere, right? Great. Okay, and this also here. I think this has a border. Okay, let's try. Let's check it. Okay. Icon button. So the variant should be default. Okay, width full, 100 full. Okay, I think that's a. Oh, okay. So far so good. Great. So now let's go into okay. So let's go into the dashboard real quick. Okay. So we'll need our color scheme here. And this, import it. Great. We'll need our user. Equal to use store. Now from system. Use store, the one we created. Great. Oh, also need the other ones, like use the disclosure, which will be false in the beginning, and this is okay. Great. So now let's talk about how we can fetch our data here. Okay, so how can we fetch data? So in a use effect, right? Great. In a use effect. Okay. So we'll say that let's fetch data, right? Okay. Even with this one, okay. So we will call the mutate function here. Oh no, mutate here. And how do we get it? Now we need to create a hook. Okay, so just go here inside our hooks. Now create push dash hook.js. Okay, and here we'll import use mutation. Use mutation. We also need Axios from Axios. Great. We'll also need to import our API. So API great URL. Okay. Okay. So now what we see is export cons use analytics. Great. Use analytics. And as usual, we'll take the toast, the toggle, and token. So if you remember that this admin side will be a protected route. So we'll need tokens to perform all the actions here. So we'll return the use mutation. Great. And inside it is where we have the mutation function. Okay. So an async, we will take a value. We'll get a value here. Then we'll first call the toggle. And now we'll destructure the data from the response and say await Axios dot post. Okay. Great. And the endpoint is post slash admin analytics. Great. Then it requires a query. We can pass a query, and the query will be of the value. So if we search for post route, post route from our server. Great. Okay. So we are going to this endpoint. Great. Right. Great. So that's what we have here. And we are passing a query of the value we're receiving here. Okay, great. And there will be no data, we'll not pass any data. Right, great. So now we need to add headers. Then we'll add authorization. It should be bearer. Okay, let's put it in a temporary string. So there, then the token. Great. So after this, right, where it ends here, we can now return the data. Great. And now here on error, right, so the same thing we did, we have error. So I'll just on error, I'll just bring a message. So I'll toggle it, the structure, the message, and I'll do this. And if the error is authentication failed, then I just want to remove the user from the storage and go. Right, it means that the token is wrong, and on success, we'll close it and also give a toast. Okay. So yeah, okay. So I believe you understand what we're doing here. Okay, so now let's go back. Okay. So let's see here. We can say close, and we will get those various properties from use analytics. Great. Use analytics. And we'll pass toast, which is coming from so now we also need the toggle. We'll also need the user token. Okay, so we have the user up here, we have the toggle here, and now we have the toast. Okay, let me also import the toaster. Okay, so I don't know if we have any post in this. Okay, great. So here we'll bring the data. We'll have the is pending, then the mutate. Great, then we call the mutate function here. So in here we can log the data and see if we're getting something here. Let's try. Okay, so we're getting an object which has some stars in with data loaded successfully, just that a lot of them are empty. Okay, great. So we've been able to fetch our data. So now let us talk about UI. So this div will give a class name of full width. Great. And inside it, we're going to have stats. And this stats will have data, and we will pass the data we are receiving. Okay. So if you check from here, Great. We have the stats here. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Okay. Okay, so enter the component. We can have stats.txs arrayfce, and go back and import stats. Great. Good. Okay, so lest we forget, let's accept our data. Okay, so I have some icons I want to bring here. So I have this list of icons, and these icons are coming from okay, so I'll bring the import statements here. Okay, so the icons are coming from React icons. Some also from here. Great. Okay. So one, we need to have a data. So I'll just copy my data and bring my data here. Okay. So if you observe, you see that we have total post, total view, followers, views, and that, right? Okay, so that is the data here. Okay, and we need to get this function. I don't think we have it. Okay, it's actually the same function we are using to format our numbers in the front end. It's the same thing. So if you didn't watch the first part, you can watch it. It's the same thing. So I need to bring it here. Okay, maybe here. Okay, so we are just formatting the numbers. Yeah, pretty simple. It's the same function, we use it in the front end. So I'll just have to import it from utils. Great. Okay, so now here, great. Oh, okay, inside here, CodeWave. Okay, good. So here, inside the stats, we will return simple grid. Okay, simple grid. Simple grid. Okay, so simple grid is coming from runtime. Okay, so great. So we have columns. Columns will be based 1 and XX 2 MD 4. Okay, so the columns on very small we have 1, extra small 2, then on medium, from medium screens will be 4. Okay, so normally on big screen we'll get 4, medium coming down we'll get 2, then we get 1. Okay. Okay, so inside this, I think we can render the various stats and just put stats like this. Okay, and create it up here. Stats. No. Great. So data dot. Then we gonna map over the data. Right. and we'll get each individual start. Okay, so we'll get the icon, which we go to icons, that will pass the start dot icon. Okay, so this will help us the start dot icon, will help us to get the icon. We also need to get div icon, will also be start dot div icon if it's greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we get icon arrow. Okay, icon arrow upright. Okay, do I even have that thing? Icon arrow up right. Okay, this one. Great. Else down right. Great. Okay. So now let us return something. So inside we're gonna have the paper. Okay, so the paper needs a width of no, it's with border. Good. With border and a p of md, that is pattern of md, and we also need a key. So the key will be the start dot title with the key. Okay. Inside it we have the group. And the group will have justify to space between. Between it we'll have the test, which will have start dot title. Okay. Oh, it should be dash. Let's give a class of capitalize test. That's it. Okay. So beneath the test, we'll have icon of size 1.4 rem and stroke of 1.5. Let's check if it's coming out. Okay, this icon is not imported. Okay, this ought to be capital. Great. Icon is not defined. Okay, so we have icon here, here, and here. Great. Okay, it's coming up fine. Okay, so beneath the group, we'll have another group. Okay, this time this group will align to flex end and a gap of XX, margin top 25. Inside we'll have a test, and that will render start dot value. Okay, let's give classes of test-to-Excel and on to Excel test-for Excel. Let's also make the font semi-bold. Okay, so we get in here 0, 0, and 1. Okay. Okay. Great. Now beneath this test, we'll have another test. And inside it, we'll have a span which will render stats dot the difference, right? Great. And the difference icon will also be rendered. Okay, so that one will have a size of 1 rem and a stroke of 1.5. Okay. Let's add percentage sign here. Great. Okay, so it's here. Now here C, which is for color, will determine on the start dot difference, which is greater than 0. Then we're gonna have tail, else is gonna be red. Okay, with question mark. Okay, great. Now you see. Okay. I think that is okay. Okay. Let's give other things like fx, which is for fz, which is for size. It should be sm small. And we have fw, which is for font weight, should be 500. And I'm going to give class name of font medium. Okay, great. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So beneath this group, we'll have another test that says compare to previous month. Okay, run fz, font size sm, color should be dimmed. Color should be dimmed. and margin top of 7. Okay, so we have it like this, and let's see. Great. Okay, so because we do not have any data, so actually we did not work on the difference, so you can check it and dynamically change this part. You can improve upon it. Okay, so I want to believe we are done with our start. Okay, yeah, so we are done, just that we have no data in here. Okay, so now let's go to this area, and in there we'll be using ReactJs. Yeah, we'll be using I think it's ReactJs. Great, it's this one. So React, and this is what we're going to use, and we have already installed it. Okay, so now let's move to it. Okay, so we can close this, and close this. Come here, after start, come down, another div with full py of 8. Okay, inside it we're gonna have view starts for last 28 days. Okay, so py5 test base of font medium. Great. Okay, have it here. Okay, we're moving. Okay, and beneath this we're gonna have a graph, and that one will also pass the dt, which is the data, but we only need the view stats. Okay, so our data has view stats, so that's the only part we need. Okay, and this is not available, so now let's create it. Okay, so we'll say graph.gss refce, so we can now import it. And let's accept the props of the dt. Yes, I think it's dt. Yeah, dt. Okay, so we'll be using as I said, React. Okay, and it has already been installed. I want to believe. Okay, yes, it's already installed here. Okay, so we need the area chart, the responsive, this and that. So if you go to their documentation, right, this is how you can install it. And go to examples. Yes, we're going to use this kind of chart. You can go through and the one you want. There are various types, so we are using the area chart, something like this. Okay, so I can just copy it because it's from the documentation straight up, so we just few modification. Okay, so we first need to wrap it in the responsive container. to make the chart responsive. And we're giving a width of 100% and a height of 400. You can give any height of your preference. Okay, then we'll check first if dt.length is greater than 0, meaning that we have records. If we have, then we render the chart. If we do not, we'll render an image which is coming from this URL. An image which is coming from this URL. Okay, it will be in GitHub, so you can get this image. Okay, great. So we just setting it here like that, saying it just shows no data. Okay, so let's focus on the chart. So in the responsive container, we show the read chart, area chart. We pass the data as dt, and we have the x-axis. So the x-axis will be, if you go here, you see we have this and that. Okay, so the IDs will come to the x-axis, and the x-axis will be the dates, the IDs will be the date, the various dates, and the values or the sum or the total will be the y-axis here. Okay, so the x-axis will be the IDs, which are the various date. Okay, and the y-axis will also be the other one. Okay, and we're just giving data key. The data key is the total, right? It comes with total, if you remember from our backend, and the stroke and the fill color. Okay, you can check the stroke and the fill color as well. Okay, so that's pretty simple. So if we go, I think, graph, if I reload it, let's reload and see. I'm still seeing graph. Okay, I think it's building. Okay, it's compiling, so let's hold on. Okay, it's done. Okay, so we don't have data, that's why we see no data, right? Oh, okay. So once we get data in there, we will know. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. So once we get data in, this is how it will look like, right? Great. So now we come to this part where we want to get our recent followers and our recent contents. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. So beneath this div, we will have another div. Okay. This div will have class names of flex, gap of 6, flex column, and an MD, flex of row, and py6. Okay. So let's have the recent followers here. Okay. We'll have one div to wrap things in here. Okay, should be of width, and MD be width dash 1/2, 1/3. It should be flex and flex column. I have a span, and the span tag will say recent followers. Okay, let's style it. See, great. Let's import the library. normally py5 test space oh yes, py5 test space and font medium. Great. Then check for theme, and test white and test like 600. Okay, great. So if theme is dark, we want the test to be white. Okay, and okay, so it's here, it's coming up. So now beneath this span tag, we're gonna have recent followers table. Great. And that one will have the data being equal to data dot last 5 followers. Okay. Okay, so let's create this table. Okay, so this will have two tables. So I'll just create table.jsx and I'll export const this table. I will accept the data theme. Okay. So here we have const table data should be equal to data exist.map. Right, let's destructure the ID. We will need created at, that's the created at date. We will need the follower ID. Follower ID, and we'll just rename it as follower. Okay. Oh, put it in curly braces because we are destructuring. Rude. Great. And we'll now instantly return something. Okay, so here we'll return a table which is coming from runtime call. Let's have various class properties for the table. One will be key. Key will be the ID. Okay, the other class name we will just check theme. Then we have test dash grade dash 400. That's on dark theme. Else test dash slave dash 600. Okay. We have an issue here. Okay, there ought to be one parenthesis wrapping this. Okay, great. Okay, so class name. So inside the table, we have table dot td, which is for table data, right? Okay. Now let's provide some classes. So class should reflect gap2 items to center. Okay, and inside we'll check follower dot image if it exists. Then we'll show follower image. Okay. We can put empty fragment. Okay, so if it exists, we're gonna have an image tag, and this image tag will have src of follower dot image and alt v of the follower name. Great, and let's give the follower name. Great, name. And let's give classes of width 10 -10 and height also of 10, rounded -2. Great, and object of color. Okay. So if no image, we wanna get the initials. So I don't know if the function is here. Okay, so I have a function that we use to get the initial. So I'll just bring it to my utils index. Okay, here. Okay, so now we say function get initials, we get a full name, and when we get a full name, we want to split it by the space. So if I have name like CodeWave like this, right, we split it by the space, so we get code and wave. And we want to generate the initials, so we got to get C and W. So we'll slice it from 0 to 2 and map it. So we'll get, so if I have 3 names, we will not need the third one. We'll need from here to here. Okay, so when we slice it, we'll take the name, right, and take it to uppercase. We take the first characters of each, so this, then this, right, that's the index 0. Take them to uppercase, join it, and return it here. Okay, okay, so here, what's the name of the function? Get initials. Great, get initials. Then we pass the name to read. Get initials, then we pass follower dot name. Okay, let's style of this. Okay, so it will also be of 10, not 100, 10. Height of also 10. Rounded, that's also full. It should be flex. Justify to center. Items to center. BG blue dash 700. BG blue 700. Great. $700 and test of white. Great. Okay, so beneath this, let's have a div. Let's use fragment, Great. We'll have a paragraph tag that will render the follower dot name. Great. And we'll have test base. Great. We have another div. We have class flex gap 1, gap 3, and items to center. Inside we're gonna have a span. In the span we're gonna have follower dot account type. Great. And let's style it. Should test SM small and test dash rows dash 600. Okay. So outside the span, we check for followers. But the followers also has followers. Length. We check for length. If it is greater than 0, then we will render this. Okay, so each follower also has followers, right? Okay, so we check for his or her followers. If the length is greater than 0, means that he or she has followers, then we will render this span tag, great, which we'll call our function the format number function, and pass follower dot followers dot length. Okay. Okay, great. Let's make it look a bit nice. So we see test.xm, test slate 600, font of bold. Great. Okay. Great. And beneath this table beta, we'll have another TD, and that will also use the moment library, and we just need to pass the created at date dot can we get from now to get the number of days. Okay, so let's make sure we import moment and I want to believe we installed that one too. Moment. Okay, it's here. So all we need to say is import moment from moment. Great. Okay. Okay. So we have this here. So now we need to return it. Great. So in the return, we're going to return a table. Great. So this table, we have it should be high, lighter, hover. Good. Highlight on hover. Great. And we also want width borders. We want the table to have borders. Okay. So I'll just bring the header. The header, this table header is nothing so special. We'll have table.thead and table.row. Then we have this and that. Great. So once that is done, we just need to render the records. Great. We just need to render the records for the header. So we'll just check if the length exists, right? If the data has length, then we'll just, if it's 0, we'll just say that we want to have a caption, which will be no data found. However, if there is record, then we'll just render the body, which will be the table data we created above. Okay. Great. So let's make sure it's working. Let's reload. So recent. I don't think. Let me make sure it's working. Running. Okay, so it's still running. Okay. Oh, I think I didn't save here. Let me save and check. Okay, great. So it's not defined. So let's make sure we import it. Okay, great. So now we have no data here. If I zoom it in very well, you see no data. Okay. I think I can keep it to 25 here. Okay, so no data. Great. And we're going to use the same principle for the others. Great. So let's come back. So let's also pass the theme, because we're passing theme to theme. Okay, great. So beneath one div here, we're gonna have top content. Yeah, top 35 content. Okay. So I think pretty much it's gonna be all the way like this. Let me copy this. It's gonna be pretty much same. Okay. So here, instead of 1, we will have 2. Great, and the text color, everything's gonna be the same. So just say recent 5 post or content. Okay, then you can keep anything recent content. And here, instead of this, we're gonna have recent post table. Great. It also will take, so this will be the last 5 post. Okay, great. So we need to create this table, and we'll also create it inside the same table, very table. Okay, so export const this. Great. Equal to, we also get the data and the theme. Okay, good. So since we have done it, I'll just be doing copy paste because it's same, just that we have more columns here. Okay, so here we still have the same thing. We mapping over it. We have a key, and the various row. We check if there is an image, and by the way, there should always be an image, so we can even remove this. Great. Every post needs to have an image. We have, okay, then we also have this. We can remove this to fragment. Okay, so the title, and we have the category here. Then we also want to use the format number to format the number of views. It also use moment for the date it was created. So we just have these titles, we have the type post title, the views, and the date. And if the post does not exist, we just say no data found, else we render the post. Okay, pretty simple like the one we just did, so no need to waste much time. And let's import it and go check it out. Okay, we also have it here. We do not have data. Let's reload and see to make sure it reviews it. Okay, great. Okay, so if we have data, it will be something like this. Okay, since we don't have data here, okay. Okay, so if we get data, I think we'll get something like this. Yes. Okay. Okay, so now we are basically done with this side. What we can do now is move to the analytics, and it follows similar pattern. Okay, and I think here we're not having the loader, so let's try and see. Great. Okay, so to the last div here, we just need to import our loading. Great. And pass the visible as this pending. Okay, and also we need to bring our toaster and say rich colors, and I think that's all. Okay, good, great. Okay, great. So it loads and the message pops up here. Okay, let's go here. So I think we can even copy this to our analytics page. Yeah. Okay, so you can close this, close this, close this. Okay, that's this there. We go to analytics. And let's post this here, ready, and import them. Great. Okay, so as usual, I will just need to bring my imports, the variables. So we also need a color scheme here. We'll have a user. From our store, we have a use state and use disclosure. Okay, so now let us create this function to, or we'll even have it already, so we can just import it and make sure you have the toast also imported from Sona here. Okay, so the toggle is there. We have a user. Okay, beautiful. So in a UC fit, we can just call the mutate function. Very simple. And here, if number of days changes, so we have number of days as a state by default to 28. If it changes, we want to fetch it again. Okay. Now this mutate will always take the number of days. Okay. Okay. So now let's begin to build. Okay, so class with full, or no, class width of full. Great. Okay, another div. Great. Also width of full, flex, item center, justify to between. Justify to between, and margin bottom of 3. Okay, so inside it we'll have a paragraph that says analytics. Okay, so class name, and let's import our good utility. So first test should be Excel, font should be semi-bold, and test should be of slate 700. Let's even take this off here and check if theme, then test should be white, else should be this color. Okay, great. We can go to analytics, UC fit, not imported. Okay, so it looks great. We have analytics here. Okay, great. So now let's have, from this here, let's have a select tag. Okay, so we're gonna have a select, which is also coming from runtime. Okay, so we'll have a default value which will be equal to 28 days, right? And the placeholder will be let's say range, and we'll have the data will be on array of, I'll just copy and bring it. Okay, so the data will be 7 days, 28 days, and so forth. You can have anything that you want. Okay, great. So on change, we'll get the value selected, and we'll set number of days to the value dot, and we'll split it with the space and take index 0. So if you see, we have 7 space days, so we want to split it with this and just get the 7. We don't need the days, we just want to send a 7. That's why we're splitting it and taking the first one. So we take 28. Great, we take the number part. Okay, great. So let's check. Great, so we have this here. Beautiful. Okay, we have it here. Same, then we get nav. Okay. Okay, so if you want to have a label, you can also put a label here, right? And perhaps say select range, right? Okay, so you can have a label. Okay, yes, and it will be up here if you want. Okay. Yeah, let me. So now after this div, let's come down and let's use our stats again. Import it again. And pass the dt as data. That's all. Okay. Pass our analytics here again. Great, great. So you see the importance of having reusable components, and we'll just copy our graph again. The graph part, okay, it's here. You can just copy and bring it after stats, put it like this, import graph. Okay, and this will also be view stat, the same thing, but instead of we having just 28 days, we can have number of days here. Great job. Okay, so if I change the days to 90, it's search and you see for 90 days. Okay. So okay, so we have 90 days. Okay, so we can remove one. Okay, 28 days. Okay, reload and see. Okay, 28. So why 7 days? Okay. Okay, so we have start forward last here, and let's move. Okay, and I think that's all, because if you check from here, we just have this to start a graph and this, and I think we have, oh okay, we have this, we don't have the other one, we don't have the followers. Okay, so we'll also do the same thing. Okay, okay, so yeah, so okay, so this is for the views, and here we get in the followers using the same graph, okay, with different titles. Okay, so we have here one of this, great. So we have these two, and because we do not have data, okay, great job. So we are basically done. Yeah, okay, let's go to content. I think we should work on the create post first. Great, so let's go to create post. Okay, here. Okay, and in the MindTime.dev, there is a something we're going to use there. Okay, which okay. Okay, I think it's called rich. Okay, so rich text editor. You're using this, and before you need it, you need to install all this, and it has been installed already. And you add this to your CSS, right? And you get something like this. So the various options you have, example, it's here. You can just copy and paste this. So let's keep rolling. Okay, so close this. Here we go to right post. Okay, so first I will bring my variables. Okay, so we get in the color scheme again. We have in our store user from the store. We have in the use disclosure. Okay, so this is not yet. We have a use state of the category, which is by default set to news. We have the file, right? We have the title, and we have the file URL. Okay, great. So as we did for the registration, when we're uploading the image, we use the same thing. So when the file changes, when there's change in the file and we check in there exists, we want to upload file to our Firebase, right? Pass the set URL and pass the file itself. Okay, we did this during the sign up. Okay, so in here now we're gonna have the rich test editor. Great. Okay. Great, and it's coming from import. We're gonna get link. Then we get a bridge test editor or from at tabular forward slash. No, it's not from here. It's at runtime. Great. Slash this tip tab. Good. Runtime.tip tab. You can go to the documentation here. This it's up, go up. So everything is here. All of these things are here. Okay. So the usage, the code is here. So good. So you import it from here and all these things. Okay. So I'll bring the other friends who need the many. So I'll just copy and paste them. Okay. Okay, so we'll just read. So I paste from here. So we'll need this. We'll also need the icon picker from the tabular icons. We'll need colors, right? So if you install the extension, we'll need the highlight, we'll need a placeholder, we'll need a subscript, and so many things, the test time, all these things. Because if you check our app, we want to get, all these things, right? We want to get these color pickers, yes. So that's why we bring in all of them. Okay. Okay, so after here, we need to create an instance of the editor. So we need to create an instance of the editor. So I'll come here and say let editor equal to, then we'll say use editor. Wait, use editor. Then we'll pass various props. So use the editor. It's coming from here. Okay. Okay, so here, what are the various options we passed? First, we need to pass the extensions, and it will be an array. So we'll have things like starter kit, passed it, all of them, those things have been imported up here. Okay, so this is the starter kit. We'll pass it as an extension. We need to pass something like the underline, right? right? So I'll just copy and paste them all. Okay, so what are we passing? We're passing the starter key, the placeholder. Let's say write article here or write post here. We can just say write post here. The underline, the links, we're passing all this as extensions. Okay, then after here we'll have the content itself. And we'll say it should be equal to nothing. I mean empty for now. Great. So when we come here, we need to say editor should be equal to the editor we created. Okay, let's reload and see. Okay, we don't have anything for now. Let's keep up. Okay, so inside we're gonna have a div with full flex column md flex row and flex wrap gap 5 and mb of 8. MB of 8. Okay, so in here we're gonna have text box, and we have designed this text box, again. So I'll just copy, bring it. We want it to import it from and I want it to have asterisk. The label should be post title, class name full and flex1, placeholder post title, and the default value should be the title that we created up here. Great. And on change we just set the title. Okay, so we have it here and then get here. Great. It's here. We're getting somewhere. And like the select we created, we also have another select here. Great. So import select from my type. Okay, label will be category, default value will be news, place will be pick category or select category, and these are the various options, right? You can include more and also change. On change we set the value here. Okay, so we also need an image picker. So I'll copy the one we did for. So we have image picker here. We're saying label. This is the class name. Upload image. We're using input of type file, and we're setting the file to the first image, right? And we want this to be hidden because we want to show this image. Okay, and say post image. Okay, let's reload and see. Okay, so we have here, yes, I think the same. We have this post title, the select various options, and we have the image. Okay, it works. Great. Okay, so beneath this div, first let's check if the instance of the editor is ready. Then we will just show button menu. Okay, and I think it has been imported up already. Button menu. Okay, it's not imported. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be bubble menu. Bubble menu. I think that one is already up. Okay, it's here. Yes. Okay, great. Go menu, and we want it to take editor of the editor we have. Oh, I think I'm getting tired. It needs to go up here. Wait. And inside it, what are the things we want to show? We want to have, the various things like, I'll just bring them. So we want to have the rich text editor dot control group, and in it we have the bold, italic, the links, and these things. Okay, so let's check if we get in somewhere. Load and see. Okay. Okay, let's continue. And now I'll just bring this part of the text editor. Okay, because it's lengthy. Okay, so in here we have richest editor.toolbar. We will have the toolbar, and we want it to be sticky, and sticky offset of 220. Okay, so we want to have a color picker in it, and these are the various colors. You can change them if you want. These are the various colors. It's just coming from the documentation. Okay, so these will be the various colors. If you also do not want to show it, you can remove this completely. We also want a control group, where we want to have control group of icons, right? An icon. So we'll have simple colors, great, like this. So this will also be for another color group, right? And that one we have colors of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. So if you check here, you see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the first one where we click. You see this color panel here, right? And this is the one we talked about now. Okay, so first, this will be the icon picker, and this will be the color group. Okay, and aside that, we also want to have onset colors, and we also have this control group for bold, italics, and these various functions. And we also want to have various titles of H1 to H4, and these are the block code, the horizontal line, the bulletin, and those things here. Yes, and these are links, link and unlink, and also have them. So we are using the control group to group them, and this alignment. Okay, then we just have read editor.content, and then the content will come here, right? Okay, so you see, so these are the various groupings that we have. Okay, so let's check. This is the one we're dealing with, and let's reload it and make sure that's built. Okay, so we have the various things here. So this will be for a color. This, we can use this to also pick colors, right? Okay, and this will onset the colors, and they're bold. So if I write anything, right, you see it's bold. If I double click, I can make it bold. I can change colors and just be going like that. I can give title 1, yeah, pretty. Okay, so below it, let's have our lower end button to submit it like this. Okay, So below here we have just one div, and inside it we have a button from man time, and we are just calling handle submit, right? Read handle submit, we see submit post. Then we also have our loader, and we also have the toast. Great. So all we can do now is go and get great. Okay, and I can toggle this also. Okay, so here you can say const handle submit. Okay, great. So what can we do? Okay, let's first go and create the hook. Okay, so this hook, let's go and create it. So we'll go to the post hook here, and after this I think we can duplicate this. Right, and change the name to use create hook. Use create post hook. Okay, so we're using the same mutation, and here let's change it to form data. The form data here. Okay, we'll destructure the data. It will also be post, and the endpoint will be post here. Okay, so here we go. We'll just say create post. Okay, and instead of now we'll pass the form data. Great. And we also have the token, return the data, and if an error occurs, this time, we will not show this long, we'll just show the error message. And if it is successful, and on success, we want to just move to the content page so that the user will see the content. So we just use Windows location.replace and move to content, right? Okay, great. Okay, so pretty simple. Use create post. Let's go back and import it. Use create post. Great. Okay, so in the submit function, let's make this async init first. We need to check if file URL exists, or we are checking not, or yes, or if no category, or no title. Okay, so if they do not exist, we'll give a toast error that says all fields are required. Okay, then we'll just return it out of the function. Okay, OTP. Great, make sure it's imported. It's here. Okay, great. But if everything is true, we need to create a slug. So here I used good friend ChatGPT. I said write JavaScript code to create a Slack. To create a Slack from a given title. So let's see. Okay, so this is it. And here we can go and put it into our details, and we'll just bring it here, and this will not be needed. Okay, I can copy this, remove this from here. So as it export function create Slack. So we get the title. We convert them to lowercase. We do replace, you know, the spaces and everything with dash. Replace, yeah. And we just do replace, and we trim it. I think we should have done trim. Okay, let's do trim first. Okay, let me add that trim. Yeah, to trim off any spaces. So we trim it, then we do those remove. Okay, replace, I should say. Okay, so this is what gave us. So this will replace space, this will remove non-words character, and this will replace multiple dash with just a single one. And let's say, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There's actually this one will do the trimming. Yeah, so do trim. This also do trim. So I think it's okay. So here we can just come here and just call it Slack and just pass the title. Okay, pass title. So after that, we get in the Slack. Now we can use the mutate function, and we'll pass the title, the Slack, the category, or the category will go as cat. Great. We have the image being file URL. Then we have the description, which will be the editor content. Great. Now we want to get it as HTML, so just say dot HTML. Okay, this, and it will give us the HTML content. Okay, and I think this, we are almost done. So let's try it and see if it does work. Okay, so let's reload it first and make sure everything works. Okay, so first post an image. I'll go here and select this, and I'll see this is a test post category. Let's say it's coding. Hello, don't forget to subscribe, like, and okay. So let's say I want to highlight this. Yes, I think it works. Oh, okay. Click this thing down. And okay, so you see, I think, yeah, great. You can also make it, yeah, let's submit it and see. Oh yes, it goes through, then it takes it here. Okay, so now if we go to our dashboard, I think we should see one post here. Analytics, one post. Great, great. And we have one here. Great. Great. Okay, so let's say this is a second post. Let's just say news. And what am I gonna post? It's flower. Let's post hello. Yeah. And just post it. All fields are required. Okay. News. Post. And it goes through. And we come here. Okay, so now let's come back to the content. Okay, content, then we go to followers. Okay. Okay, so now let's move to the content page. So close this and close this. Okay, here, control click. Okay. So as usual, I'll bring the things we will need from here. Okay. It's a bit lengthy, so okay, so we need the color scheme from runtime core. We'll use location from React Router DOM. We'll also need use navigate. We'll need to have use search params from React Router DOM as well. We'll need store variable. We will also need to create this command. Okay, so create this store, and we use set disclosure. Okay, we also need to create this to fetch, and we also need to create the post. We'll also create this action. Okay, so we have disclosure. Okay, we need use state. Great. So this from here are just state variables. We have the selected, the type, the status, and the page. Okay, so here we'll use the set params to get the page. If page exists, we get it. If no, it's page. We start from page 1. Okay. So how do we fetch? Okay, let's create a comment store first. Now, let's fetch for post first. Okay, so how do we get this post? Okay. Okay, so I think I will just bring this one down. Okay, so that this will be 2 here. That's one group. Great. Let this one goes up, this one comes down. Okay, so we're going to create this in here. I will just duplicate one and change the name to use content. Okay, so use content. So the endpoint will change. Okay, so instead of create post, it will be admin dash content, and we want to attach the page number. So where will we get a page? Instead of we getting form data, we'll get page, and here will be now. Okay, we'll also attach the header and we'll return the data. Okay, on error, if the error is authentication failed, then we remove the user and we start. If not, we don't need to do this. We just need a message, that's all. Okay. Okay, so now we can come here and uncomment this and import it to get our content. Great. So now that we have the content, how do we fetch it? Okay, so we can create a fetch function. So we can come here and say const fetch content, right? Say an async function. Great. We'll just need to say mutate, then we'll pass page. Okay, and in a UC fed, okay, so like this, and whenever the page changes, we will call it again. So we'll just call this function in here. Okay, now here we also need to check on our URL. We need to update our URL, so we just go into our utils in the index file. Okay, so we'll have update URL, get a page, the navigate, and the location, and we'll use param new URL params. Okay, so if page exists, right, and this page is greater than 1, we just need to set new page to this. Right, yes, if we get this page from here, then we can attach it to our URL. We set a params of page and we put it, and we just get a new URL by using the location.path name, and we attach the params to it and to string, and we just navigate to there and return the URL. Okay, so here, so before we search, we can even do the update URL. Great. And what are the things we need to pass? We need to pass page. So pass page, pass the navigate, and we pass location. Great. Okay, so now let's populate our data. So class name, width full, height full, it should be flex and flex column. Okay. let's wrap it in a fragment. Great. And inside this, we have a paragraph. Okay. Paragraph will just say content. Great. So put this. We want to show the number of content. Okay. Let's give classes. So we need to have CLFs. Great. Tests of LG. Adding bottom one. And form slash semibold. Great. Theme. On that theme. Okay, yeah. On theme tag, this should be white, else this should be black. Okay, so here, what we gonna do here is this. I will put a span tag. Okay. And the span tag, we just want to show the number of records available. So we'll just say, so data.length. Yeah, so we just want to show the data length times the number of pages of. So we multiply the length of the data by the number of pages, right? Then we say of then the total, post. Okay. So if the data length is 2, and number of pages is on page 1, then it's still 2. If it's on page 2, then the length times, because we're not fetching all the posts at once. Okay. We can go check and see toast is not imported. Okay, so toast. Reload it. Great, toggle is not toggle. Oh, okay. So toggle needs to come up. Let's toggle come up here. Okay. Okay. It's not showing. Oh, okay. We're not returning it. Great. So it will be like this. Great. So we have 2 out of 2. Okay. So after this, we're gonna have a table. So after the p tag, we'll have a table. Table as usual and time. In the table head, I need not to. So we have the table row and the head, post title, and the various headers. Yes, there's no styling, so no need to waste time. Yeah, for the head, we have the table, T-body, great, and we just have to check. So let's check if data exists to data and data. Great dot length greater than 0, then we'll say data dot map. Okay, so when we map, we get each element, and we will return immediately table dot tr. Okay, then we'll return table row. The table row will have a key of el dot underscore id. Also have class which will check theme. Test gray 400, else test slate 600. Great. So now we need to show the various table data. Okay, so I'll just copy this here. Okay, so inside the table, I'm going to paste this, and let's see what's happening here. Okay, I'll remove this. Okay, it's a little bit long. Okay, so we're starting from here now. So in the first part, we have table data with flex cap2, an item dash center. We have an image to render the post image. Okay, and we have a div. This div is, I think it's useless. Okay, so this div is useless to render the title. Okay, so this is for the first one, so the image and the title, and the second will be for the category, and we have the third one, which will have the format number. We just want to show the number of the number of views together with this icon from React icons. Okay, the next one will have the handle comment. Okay, so it's a format number with this message icon from React icons. So this will show the number of comments we have, and this from moment, import from moment. Okay, and this here, the column here, will have a span inside, and in the span we'll check the status. If it is active, then it will have a background of green. If it's inactive, then it will be red. Okay, and we'll also, dynamically render the opacity on the basis of the theme. So if it's dark, we'll have this opacity. If it's not, we have this rounded full and font semi-bold, and this. Okay, that if a status is true, meaning it is active, else it's disabled. Okay, Then here we want to have a pop-up menu. So we're using this pop-up menu like the one we did for the user profile. Okay, so in it we'll have a button. Okay, so let's make sure menu is imported. Okay, so the menu is imported. We'll have a button, and we'll also have this from React icons, an icon. Okay, so the dot icon, right, which will open the menu. Okay, so if you check from here, we're talking about this. Great. Okay, so we'll open a drop down, and in the drop down we have this icon. Okay, and we also have this actions. Okay, that's the actions that will perform either to disable it or enable it. Yes, and we have the danger zone where you can also delete the post. Okay, so this is the table. So let's create the various functions. So one is handle comment. There's another of handle actions, handle perform actions. Okay, I think here perform actions. We can also make it like this, and I think there's also handle action itself. Yeah. Okay, so I think we have this. So this is not used. Oh, okay, great. Oh, arrow function. Great. So let's check to see if it is still working. Okay, so we have this icon not imported. Copy, then find the icon. Okay, the icon is here. Make sure you import it. Okay, so we have it like this, and there's no content. Great. Okay, so we have it here, and if I click on this, you should see this. Okay, great. Okay, great. So let's work on the actions. Okay, let's also not forget to bring our loaders. So yeah, okay, so you can bring them inside this. Yeah, we can bring them here, import our loader, and also import this. Okay, so let's see. If I click, okay, it loads. That's fine. Okay, so now let's check on the actions. Okay, so first let's check on the perform action. This will not be an async. Okay, so here when we click on it, perform action, we will set delete to ID. Oh no, so here we'll get the value, the ID, and the status. Set selected. Great. We set selected to the ID. We also set type to file, and we set status to status. Okay, great. So then once that, then we open a modal form. Okay, so the open, it's where is it open? Okay, it's here from the closure. Okay, and when we click on the action itself, what should happen? So that is what goes into the action here. We just need a switch statement. Great. The type, the key will be the type, which type, and we have one delete, right? And another one will be another case will be case of status. I think I can remove the default case. Great. We can have break. Okay, great. So when it is delete, we will use delete, then mutate, use delete dot mutate, right? And we'll pass the selected in, and when it is status, we'll use action dot also mutate, and we'll pass the ID as selected, then status, yes, status as status. Okay. So after the switch cases, we can fetch the content again and call the close. Okay, so now let us create these two two here. They are here. Okay, so I'll just copy this, go here, duplicate one, comment toggle this, come here, change the name. Okay, great. So use delete. Okay, so here we're going to use the same mutation function, but this time it will be axios.delete. Okay, and the end will be post slash then the ID. So we're going to get the ID from here. Good. So ID Okay, ID, and we don't need any, we just need header, and we just return. And when an error occurs, here we don't even need a toggle because we don't want to. Let me reload page. Okay, so when an error occurs, we just give it toast notification, and when it is success, also toast. Okay, very simple. Okay, so let's uncomment this and import it. Great. So use great. And let's also talk about the action. Okay, so also the action. The action will also be the same mutation, and that we are accepting the ID and the status and the patch request or update. And we'll go to post/update, then we'll pass the ID. The status will be the status, passing the header, and this part remains the same. Okay, so you can come here and import this also. Great job. Okay, so I think we can try. Is this handle action use? Okay, the action handler. Yes, I think it is handle actions. Okay, so if you check from here, when we click to disable, you see there's a pop-up. So now let's do this pop-up. It's pretty simple. We're gonna have a pop-up. Okay, so we can go down. Beneath this div, we can have confirm dialog, and we'll pass the message as this. Pass the opened to the open and the close, and we'll pass the handle action here. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring it the same model we created. We have created some before, so I'll just paste it here. Okay, so here we're getting button and modal from the UI kit, and we give the name confirm dialog. We accept the message to open, to close, and the handle click. As a modal, the open should be opened, close to be closed, and the title should be confirm action. It should be centered. And we have the paragraph tag, which is the message, and this is the action part. So we have two buttons. We have OK and we have cancel. Okay, so the OK will execute the action, and the cancel will actually close it. So that's pretty simple. So just come here and import it. Okay. Okay, so let's try and see. API. Okay. Oh, I think I copied a different thing from here. It should be API. Okay. Great. Selected. Online 59 content. And this 59 content. So it should be inside this. It should be selected. Great. Oh, again. Okay. Okay, so if I create belows beautifully, if I click, okay, if I click this, now it comes, I can cancel it or undo it. Okay, and we're getting an error here. That muted is not a function. Okay, great. Okay, so use delete to this and use action. Okay, okay, let's just use actions. Great. Okay, let's reload. Go here. So perform action, and beautiful, it has been disabled, and we can enable it. Great. We can also try delete, and let's see if it works. Delete, and it works perfectly. Okay, so now we have this. Now we only left with comments. If you click here, cancel. If you click on comment, you see we have a modal here. I think there's no there's a comment here. Let me reload and see. Okay, comment. Okay, I think the comment is undefined. I don't know why. This also undefined. This undefined. Okay. Okay, so friends, so far so good. Let's work on pagination. Okay, so if you come to this man time that we're using, you can just search for pagination and just select the second one, not use pagination, this one. And you can see we need to import this, and there are various examples here. The color you want, you can select the color you want, right? And just copy this, right? Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so in our content here, below the table, where do we have the table here? Okay, so we'll put another div and give the div classes with full margin top of 5, flex, item center, and justify to center. So inside is where we have the pagination. Okay, so it's coming from runtime. Make sure you import it. Great. Okay, let's check it if we have it. Okay, so you can see now we have it here. So we just need to provide the props. Okay, so we need to have total. The total will be the total number of pages. So that one will be our data dot number of pages. Num of pages. and we'll have something like siblings. So we want one, and we want the default. The default value should be data dot page, so the current page, and we want, okay, so let's go see it. Okay, so now you see we only have one page. Only have one page. Okay. And we can put with edges to true, and on change, what we'll do is we'll get the value, and we'll set pages to the value. Okay. Great. So that's fairly simple because we do not have more pages, so we only have one. Okay. Okay, so let's check on our comments. Okay, we have an undefined. Okay, so if you click on comment, yes, so you see the list of comment here. Okay, so let's go and work on it. Okay, so we'll put it perhaps here. Okay, so we'll first check if comment ID exists, and we will show the comment form. Okay, so now how do we get comment ID in this? Okay, so we need to come up here and create this use comment store. Okay, so go into store. You can say comment store .js. As usual, import create from Zustan and cons use comment. Yes, so we use create. Okay, so we have open comment being false, and we also have the comment ID so being null at the beginning. So we have set open, so we get a value, and when we get a value we get to set so we'll set open comment to the value we are getting. Okay, so when we call this function, we'll pass the option here, and let's also have one as set comment. Okay, let's say ID, comment ID. So now let's export default, use comment store. So now we come here, we can now uncomment this and make sure we import it. Great. Okay. Oh, should we comment ID? Great. Okay, so now let us create the comment component. Let's say comments.gss refce. Great. Let's import it here. Great. Okay. Okay, so in the comment here. Great. So as usual, I'll bring so now we need to get we get the open, the ID, and the set one. Okay, and let's also get our user. Great. And also use delete comment. Okay, not yet ready. Okay. Okay, so inside here we're going to have a modal. Okay, so the modal form one will have the opened property being equal to open comment. Okay, and on close will be equal to have a handle close. Can just create it handle close. So we'll just set open to false. Great. Okay, so what again can we pass? We can pass the title, and title can be the comments parenthesis, then we'll have the length of data, Okay, so we want to get the length of the data. Okay, so now let us create the hook to fetch the data. Okay. Okay, so it's simple function. So we go back to our post hook. Okay, and just duplicate. So we say use comment. We're using the use mutation function. We'll get the comment ID, we get the data, and here we go into the post. The endpoint is comment, and we attach the ID. It should be a get request, then we return the data. Okay. So all we can do here is just say cons we'll need data, and we'll need mutate, which is coming from use comment. Great. Okay, so in a use effect, great, in a use effect like this, we will just call our function to action, just say mutate, and we'll pass the comment ID. Great. Okay, and comment ID should be great. So comment ID is a dependency. Okay, so let's go check it. So we have set not define comment store. Okay, so we get an error of set undefined. So let's go into comment store, and we're supposed to have wrap this around a parenthesis, and in here say set. Great. So like this. Great. And let's see. Okay, so we have it here now. So if I click here, we should have it. Okay. However, because there's no comment, okay, let me go to content here and comment this and just show only the card. Okay. So on this, I don't know, perhaps we did not pass the function. Let's go and check. Table. Okay. Under comment. Okay. So the handle comment is empty for now. Okay. So we don't need ID here. We'll receive the ID and the size. Or size or length, anyone. So here we'll just check first if size is greater than 0. If it is, then we set comment ID to the ID. There will also say set open to true. Okay, so now because the length is 0, let me comment, or okay, let me change this and it is equal to 0. Okay, so if I click here, okay, so now you see we have the comment form. Okay, so let's do the design. Okay, so after this, we also put that it should be centered. Okay, so inside we will have a div with various classes, width dash full, height dash full, and padding bottom of 6. So now let us check if data has the length equal to 0. Actually, we don't even have to, because because if the size is equal to 0, we're not going to allow you to even reach here. You can view comment. Okay, so flex column, gap of 6, and PS2. Okay, so now inside we're gonna have data that will map, and let's destructure them. We get the ID, we get the user, we get the description itself, and we get the post, as well as the created at date. Okay, and instantly we'll return great. So let's return a div. Great. And this will have a key for optimization, which will be the ID. And let's give classes. So we get width of full, flex, gap of 4. Okay, so inside the div we'll have an image tag. Okay. Okay, so I have this profile image here. So let me bring it up. Say import no profile from dot slash access slash profile dot png. Okay, so here will be user dot image. If the user has no image, they will fall back to no profile. We can keep it profile, and let's give classes width of 10, height of 10, rounded dash full, and object dash color. Okay. Okay, so beneath the image we have another div. We have width of full. Inside it we need to have groupings, so we have a div width of full, flex, justify to between. So we will have the content and the button to delete it on one side. So let's have a div for the content. Okay, that one will also be a full width. It should be flex, items to center, and a gap of 2. And so this will take the content, and here with the full, width of full and flex. Okay, and beneath it, that's where we have a span tag for delete. So we'll say delete. Okay, so test dash sm, test dash red dash 600, and cursor of pointer. Great. So and on click, and on click we'll call a function that is handle delete. Okay, so here that will pass the ID. Now the owner of the post will be able to delete any comment. Okay, so like this, we take the ID here. Okay, and here we will also need to create the use delete mutation. It is so simple. So inside not here, inside our post hook, the same thing we have been doing, just duplicate one, says use delete content, get a comment, the use mutation, return the mutation function. We take the ID and the post ID. Okay, then even data, we don't even, okay, no problem. Here we want to get the response, so we go to post. Yes, post comment, then the ID, the comment ID and the post ID, and we attach our token. Okay, so here just come and import it. Okay, so pass it as this. So in the delete, great, in the delete here we'll just say use delete dot mutate, then we pass ID, the ID we are getting from here, and the comment the post ID as comment ID. Great. So if you go to check, so we have ID and the post ID. Okay, so this is the ID we're getting, and the post ID is the comment ID. Now this that we pass when we click on here, it is actually the post, and on the basis of it, then we fetch a particular post, the comment of that. Okay, so maybe if you want to avoid confusion, you can change this to comment post ID. Okay, great. So great. Okay, so now this here done. Okay, great. So now let's do here. So let's have a p tag that will do the user dot name. Great. Okay. Username test slate 600. Okay, test slate 600. And on that, test gray dash 400. Font medium. Great. Beneath it, we have a span. And that span will show so date, we say new date. We want to format the date created at right dot to date string. Great. We want to get the date. Also classes test dash 700. And on that, test gray 500. Test dash xs, and we see italic. Okay, let me break it down. Okay, so beneath this span tag, one div down. So if I close it like this, so this for here and this, okay, like this. Great. Down we have another span, and this will actually show the description, the comment itself. Okay, we're gonna have test of sm, test gray dash 700, and on dark test gray 500. And okay, great job. Let's see if it's still working. Okay, so we have it here. Unfortunately, we do not have content. Okay, so once we get post, we'll just come and check. Okay, so now I think that's it for here. Let's check. Okay, so basically, so now let's move to followers. Here, followers. Okay, and it's going to be similar. Okay. So we're going to have a table and this. Okay, pagination. Okay. followers. Okay, so we can close this and close this. Okay, toggle this, go here and control click on it. Okay, so as usual, I'll copy and bring this imports. Okay, so we need the color scheme. We need to get our store from our state. We need use location. We need use navigation. We need search param. Okay, use closure. Okay, and this is not available yet. Okay, and also use state. Great. Okay, so let's get the function to fetch the data real quick. Okay, so we can go to hooks and say followers hook.js. Okay, so here we'll need to import use mutation from stack React query. Okay, we'll also need Axios from Axios. Okay, so let's create it. So let's export cons use followers of followers should be. We'll get the toast, we'll get a toggle, and we also need a token. Now let us return everything from the use mutation. Great. So inside we have the mutation function. Great. And async. What are we getting? We get the page. There should be a semicolon here. Okay. Get the page. First, let's run the toggle. And we want to destructure data from await axios dot post. Okay. The API read / then we go to post / admin - followers, then we pass page. Okay, so we'll go to post admin followers, then page as a query. Okay, we don't need to pass data. Okay, so now let's add headers. Okay, so we'll add the authorization header. Okay, great. So after everything, return data. And as usual, I'll just copy and bring the success and error messages. Okay, so make sure this is the mutation function. Beneath it, yes, you can just copy any of your error messages. So success and error. Okay, great. So in here, we can now uncomment this. So we import, we're getting data, expanding and mutate from use followers. So make sure you import it, and we pass in our toast, which we're getting from Sona. So import it. Let me also get the toaster. Oh, okay. And the toggle is here, as well as we have a user. Okay. Okay, great job. Okay. Okay, so here in the use effect, so inside here, you can say fetch follow was great as a function. Okay, and inside it we're going to get our update URL. If you remember, that will pass page, navigate, then location. Then we can also do the mutate and pass the page. Okay, so we just call the fetch followers from here. Great. And page should be a dependency. Great. Okay, so let's import the loading. Okay, and visible should be expanding. Let's also do the toaster. That's a rich colors. Okay. Okay, so I'll copy the title like we did for. So we're saying that the paragraph tag, we just want to show the number of posts that we have. Okay. Like we did for the content. So class name for the first div here should be width of full flex and flex column. Okay. Are we there? Let's see. Okay. Great. 0. We don't have any follower now. Okay, so in here we'll be having table. So let's import table. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna say highlight on hover. Also, we want with tab border. Let's give class of flex +1. Okay. So inside it, we'll have the table header. So I'll just copy. So we have the table header, also table row, then this columns. Okay. So now let's talk about the body. Okay. Inside it, let's check data dot map. So let's do structure. We get the ID, we get the follower ID, we'll get the created at. Great. Now let's return table.tr, table row. Great. Now let's give a key, which will be the ID. Let's also give it a star, and the star is based on the theme. So dash spray dash 400 else dash slate dash 600. Okay. Okay. So now inside here we have the table.td for table data. Okay. Let's give class flex gap2 and item center. Inside we have follower ID dot image. If the image exists, then we're going to show image tag. Else, let's give fragment for now. Okay. So if the image exists, we'll have the image src, which will be follower id dot image. Okay, great. The out will be follower okay, let's use follower id dot name. Great, name, and the class name of width of 10, height of 10, rounded dash full, and object dash cover. Okay. If there is no image in a paragraph tag, we will call our function, which is get initials, and pass follower id dot name. Right. Okay. Let's give a styling. Width of 10, 10, height of 10, rounded, full, should flex, item center, justify center, region, indigo, 700, test of white. Great. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste the rest. Okay. So we just have 3 other columns left. So beneath this, we have other table data. Okay, so we have this here. We're rendering paragraph tag in. We want the account type, and if it is user, we want to give a different background color as text color, and also if it's writer, we give a different background color. Okay, then here we call in our function format number, import it. Then we pass the length of the followers, and also here we're using moment. Okay, then we pass in our created update. Great. And we need the table outside the body. If there's no record, we'll just show that there's no record. So let's go check. Okay, so we have no data found. Okay, great. Now also we'll need pagination, so I'll just copy. So beneath the table, yeah, I'll just copy and bring it. Can take out this, import this. So a div, then we have pagination. Then we pass the number of pages, number of okay, then yeah. So basically that's it. We are done here. Great. So here, and here, yeah, and also here. Okay. Let's see if our logout works. Yes, it works. Okay, yes, it works. So let's check our responsiveness. Oh, great. Okay, so if you check, okay, so we have a button here and the button is not showing. Okay, let's go and check. Okay. Okay, so it should be Navbar and maybe mobile. Mobile. Okay, here. Okay. Okay, so yes, so beneath this, let's have a button. And in the button we'll have the eye menu. Build icon with class of this Excel. Great. So here, let's give classes. First, let's check theme. Oh, okay, so it should be white, and here slick 800. Okay, so what again? On click, we'll just call the open. Okay, yeah, open is here. Let's go check. So let's make sure we are here. Okay, here, the one running on port 3001. So we click, yes, we get it. It goes. Great. Great. Okay. And here, oh, I think we made the mistake. We place the button here instead. Okay, and click on this, we get it. Okay, and also here, it's here. Okay, so light. Okay, so content. Okay, great, great, and create. Also here, wow, that's nice. Okay, so basically we're done. Let's look for this. Should be mobile menu beneath it. I think I have placed okay extra icon. Oh, user menu. Okay, so basically we are done. So now we will just integrate it with